Chapter 2030. Remember, don't forget to ask yourself at any time. Before Li Cheng started, he reminded Yang Chen again, "Who are you?" "Remember." Yang Chen nodded and closed his eyes. According to Li Cheng's instructions, he began to cultivate the 6th level of the 3 Purities secret art. This was something he didn't dare to think about when he was in the mortal world. Who would have thought that he could cultivate the 3 Purities secret art to the 6th level in just 2,000 years? This was the cultivation method of the Tao ancestor. Li Cheng waved his hand and made a gesture. Suddenly, the 500 heaven immortal level spiritual veins shone brightly, and countless spiritual power poured into the array flags. Hundreds of array flags flashed with a dazzling light, and the whole thing condensed into a complete Tai Chi diagram, slowly rotating. The moment the Tai Chi diagram began to rotate, the entire mountain river geographical map seemed to suddenly shake. Except for the people present, all the intelligent creatures fell into a state of sluggishness on the spot. Even those Xian immortal level experts were no exception. This was not all. Immediately afterward, as long as there was life, it began to slowly emit light. Then there were lifeless stones, soil, rivers, and so on. Finally, the entire mountain river geographical map began to emit a faint light. All the light was concentrated on the top of the Tai Chi diagram, forming a huge pattern. This pattern wasn't static, but it was slowly changing. Look, how much you can comprehend depends on your own comprehension. Big brother, Li Cheng told everyone. Then he took the lead to sit down and looked up at the changing light pattern. This is the pattern derived from the great Tao. It would be a pity to miss it. Everyone sat down according to his words, looked up at the pattern derived from the great Tao, and fell into deep thought. However, Li Cheng also noticed that among so many people except for Ao Lan and Ao Lai, all the women looked at the pattern derived from the great Tao for a while, thought for a while, and then paid attention to the situation on Yang Chen's side. It was obvious that they were still worried about Yang Chen. Li Cheng didn't say anything about this. How much one could comprehend depended on one's luck, and it couldn't be forced. Yang Chen only felt a white light directly penetrate his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, his sea of consciousness had already become the soaring Heaven King Palace and was extremely sturdy. Otherwise, that attack earlier would have been enough to scatter his sea of consciousness. Soon after, Yang Chen realized that he seemed to have become an incomparably small insect, living a difficult life. The life of the insect was extremely short, but it was also a complete life. Soon his life came to an end. Yang Chen didn't even know what his current state was. He only remembered Li Cheng's reminder, asking him who he was. Then he remembered that he was Yang Chen. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Chen immediately entered another state of life. This time, it turned into a similarly tiny mosquito. It was still a short but complete life. After the mosquito died, Yang Chen asked himself who he was as usual. He remembered that he was Yang Chen and that he had a bunch of beautiful wives and concubines waiting for him. In the blink of an eye, he became a mayfly again. There were all kinds of life states, and Yang Chen experienced each and every one of their complete lives. Although these lives were short, they were very complete. Even if it was only for a moment, it made Yang Chen clearly think that he was the insect or the mosquito mayfly. At the beginning, these lives were very short, and Yang Chen still had the time to think about other things. Selfish and distracting thoughts quickly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng repeatedly stressed that he needed to remember who he was. If he indulged in this state and forgot himself, he would really think that he was another life form, lost in the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. He didn't know how the 3 dragon spirits got lost. If they used the same method as Yang Chen, then what kind of life did they get lost in? This was something that Yang Chen was curious about. But soon, Yang Chen didn't have the energy to be curious and let his imagination run wild. As he experienced more and more lives, Yang Chen immersed himself in other lives longer and longer, and he became more and more focused on living. Moths, mosquitoes, flies, dragonflies, cicadas, praying mantises. Each time, a different life form, more and more advanced, and longer lives. The lifespan that was originally just a few moments slowly became a few breaths, a few hours, a day, a few days, a few months, a few years. Soon, Yang Chen didn't know the passage of time. In the end, Yang Chen didn't know how much time had passed. He just instinctively remembered that in every life cycle he would ask himself who he was, and then he remembered the answer. He was Yang Chen, and there was a bunch of beautiful wives and concubines waiting for him to return. This seemed to have become a reincarnation. Yang Chen was comprehending one life form after another, and the women outside were also comprehending the evolution of the heavenly Tao. The great Tao evolution diagram was too esoteric, too broad and profound, so that everyone quickly became addicted to it. However, what surprised Li Cheng was that every fixed period of time, no matter which woman, they would pay attention to the changes in Yang Chen over there. Seeing that he was fine, everyone would continue to observe. If there were any changes on Yang Chen's side, they would wait until everything stabilized before continuing. They were extremely concerned. Looking at all this, Li Cheng didn't say anything, and there was no expression on his face. He just stared at the great Tao evolution diagram in silence. No one could see what he was thinking in his heart, and whether what they did was right or wrong. The mountain river geographical map had been completely affected by this formation, and everything in it had become a tool to help Yang Chen comprehend the heavenly Tao. Only Gong Sunling, the owner of the mountain river geographical map, could really understand how terrifying Li Cheng's formation was. It must be known that Gong Sunling was the owner of the mountain river geographical map, and this was her life source magic weapon. However, under Big Brother Li Cheng's formation, the mountain river geographical map had completely lost control. Don't look at how many creatures had been absorbed by the mountain river geographical map, and how many cave spaces had been integrated. In front of Li Cheng's formation, all of this was simply like a child who had no power to fight back. Fortunately, Big Brother Li Cheng was a friend of her husband. Otherwise, whoever had an opponent like Big Brother Li Cheng, it was estimated that they would have nightmares for the rest of their lives. Time flew, not to mention Yang Chen. Even the women had no concept of the passage of time, except for paying attention to Yang Chen from time to time, which they would not forget. Everything else had been completely forgotten, and they were completely immersed in the changes of the diagram of the great Tao evolution. Yang Chen had also experienced the life process of millions of creatures, each of which was clear and complete, and what was more terrifying was that it was real. Sometimes Yang Chen really thought that he was that kind of life, and he lived completely according to that kind of life. After remembering who he was, Yang Chen's vision blurred, and he suddenly found that he had become a dragon. Chapter 2031. The dragon race could almost be said to be the strongest species in the three realms. They were talented, and from the moment they were born, they were stronger than ordinary creatures. They had a long lifespan and could be said to be the perfect creature. Yang Chen immediately immersed himself in the life of the dragon race. Although Yang Chen was experiencing the life of the dragon race, this dragon was not controlled by Yang Chen. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen was just an observer immersed in it. Experience, and not really become. The dragon race had a long lifespan. Even if they did not cultivate, it would still take tens of thousands of years. Yang Chen had been living with the thinking of the dragon race. It was not until his lifespan was about to end that he remembered to ask himself who he was. This time, Yang Chen was very clear that he was Yang Chen. He was comprehending the heavenly Tao, and there were beautiful wives and concubines waiting for his return outside. Surprisingly, after the life of the dragon race, it did not immediately go to the next reincarnation, but stopped for a long time. This made Yang Chen very surprised. It was just that he had experienced so many reincarnations, and after so many years his brain had become a little numb, and he could not remember anything. Suddenly, Yang Chen's mind hurt, as if someone was using a big knife to cut his head in half. Even though Yang Qin had suffered 2 spiritual consciousness splitting, this time it was extraordinarily painful. It was almost like he was forcibly tearing himself apart. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Qin realized his state. The spiritual consciousness splitting was obviously very successful. No matter what he did, Yang Qin now had 2 minds, and the 2 minds were like one, thinking the same thing. Could it be that after the spiritual consciousness splitting was done, soon, Yang Qin understood that things were not so simple. The terrifying reincarnation began again. However, what was different from the beginning was that this reincarnation had added the content of cultivation. In all the previous reincarnations, those creatures were born naturally, grew naturally, and died naturally. Everything was a natural process. This time, the cultivation process of each kind of life was added. This was not all. One of the primordial spirits was immersed in the process of cultivation, which was the 3rd primordial spirit. It was also this primordial spirit that participated in the cultivation, while the main body of Yang Qin's consciousness was still awake. As an observer, he felt and understood the reincarnation of the gods. Having experienced the life process of each kind of creature, even cultivation was not difficult for Yang Qin. Fortunately, Yang Qin was well-read, and he had an impression of all kinds of cultivation techniques of the monster race. Combining it with the normal process of life, cultivation was not so difficult. No matter what kind of creature it was, the 3rd primordial soul would soon be able to find the most suitable cultivation method. Even if it was the tiniest moth centipede, it didn't matter how short its lifespan was. Perhaps it was the restriction of Big Brother Li Cheng. Perhaps it was the limit of the mountain river geographical map. Or perhaps it was the shackles of Yang Qin himself. Every creature could only cultivate to the peak of fairy immortal at most. Even so, the reincarnation time of each creature was extended by thousands of times. His main body was always observing. Sometimes he would involuntarily immerse himself in various kinds of cultivation, but every time at a critical moment he would always remember Brother Li Cheng's instructions. He would always remember that he was Yang Qin, and that he still had beautiful wives and beautiful concubines waiting for him to return. When he thought of this, Yang Qin's main body would wake up and regain his senses. However, he would soon immerse himself in observing and cultivating again. In the beginning, it was just those tiny life forms. Later, it was some insects and then all kinds of demon beasts. The lifespans of these life forms grew longer, and their cultivation paths were different. Their aptitudes were different as well. Cultivating up to the peak of the heavenly immortal stage would always take a very long time. Outside the array formation, the women had lost track of how much time had passed. They just looked at Yang Qin's figure in fear. They were worried, but did not dare to make any sound, nor did they dare to disturb Yang Qin in other ways. Big Brother Li Cheng had said that this was a critical moment. If he could endure it, he would endure it. If he could not, he would get lost. His body would turn incorporeal and become a lost spirit. Seeing that their husband's body had already turned into a faint image, the women had tears in their eyes. However, they did not dare to disturb him. They could only watch helplessly, cheering for their husband in their hearts. They did not even bother to observe the materialization of the great Tao. On the other hand, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were still immersed in the materialization of the great Tao, unable to extricate themselves. They did not make any movements at all. Yang Qin's image, which had nearly disappeared, was suddenly replenished with spiritual energy and regained its physical form. This meant that their husband could endure it safely this time. However, before the women could rejoice, Yang Qin immediately entered another cycle. His physical body started to slowly turn incorporeal again. This process repeated countless times. The women only felt fearful over and over again. At most, they would only take a few quick glances at the materialization of the great Tao when Yang Qin was enduring it. When Yang Qin had any problems, Everyone's gaze would still be focused on Yangqin. They did not know how many opportunities they had wasted. Li Cheng did not remind them or rush them. He just watched like that. It seemed like he was the least nervous and the most leisurely. Even when he had free time, he did not forget about his own cultivation. He appeared to be very satisfied. Right now, the most troublesome thing for Yangqin was that he could not tell which was the real him. Fortunately, he could always remind himself that he was Yangqin. This allowed him to guard his final bit of intelligence and not lose himself. The main body and the third primordial spirit were sometimes confused with each other. Yangqin also had to distinguish the position of his main body and the obsession of the third primordial spirit. All kinds of cultivation methods appeared in the main body and the third primordial spirit at the same time. There would only be slight differences when it was implemented. As Big Brother Li Cheng reminded, as the life of cultivation became more and more advanced and powerful, Yangqin's main body must always ask himself who he was and then give the right answer. Otherwise, he would be lost if he was not careful. The most dangerous time was when he transformed into a tiger demon and cultivated to the peak of the earth immortal realm. However, he could not break through. His main body and the third primordial spirit began to think of ways to break through the bottleneck at the same time. There was even a time when his main body had the upper hand and replaced the third primordial spirit to control the tiger demon's cultivation. Fortunately, he reacted in time and gave the control to the third primordial spirit when he was about to slide into the abyss. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the eyes of the women outside, at that time, Yangqin was only a faint, almost indistinct phantom. It was about to disappear, as if it would be blown away by the wind. Fortunately, he condensed his physical body at the last moment. That time, the women were almost scared out of their wits. In this seesaw process, Yangqin's reincarnation of cultivation finally ended with him transforming into a dragon and cultivating to the peak of the heaven immortal realm. This also made Yangqin experience the difference in the cultivation of the dragon race. Chapter 2032. Unfortunately, he had only cultivated the dragon race to the peak of the celestial immortal stage, so he had not exhausted the natural lifespan of the dragon race. This time, the process was even shorter than the last time. Yangqin's main body knew very well who he was, and his third primordial spirit also knew his state. He thought that this was the end, but after resting for less than 2 days, another completely different experience began. This time, whether it was his main body or his third primordial spirit, they were no longer living beings, but had become inanimate objects. It was either a towering mountain or a winding river. Sometimes it would be a magnificent sea, and sometimes it would be an ethereal white cloud. When it was big, it would be a towering pillar that reached the sky, and when it was small, it would be an insignificant speck of dust. These things were not living beings. Be it Yangqin's main body or his third primordial spirit, they had transformed into these things. There was no feeling, no movement, and they could only experience the vicissitudes of life in such a boring manner. They could casually experience tens of millions of years at a time, and that kind of feeling could really drive people crazy. Sometimes, whether they turned into water droplets, rivers, seas, or even white clouds, they could still move according to the terrain or the direction of the wind. If they transformed into a stubborn rock and stayed in one place for years, if their state of mind was not stable enough, they would directly be tortured to death by this kind of boredom. In the eyes of the women, Yangqin also seemed to have become a stone statue. He sat still, and his body was clearly turning into stone bit by bit. It was always at the last moment that he could return to his original husband. During this period, the women did not know how many tears they secretly swallowed. In particular, Gong Sunling saw that her husband was risking his life for his magic treasure, and she wished that she could be in his place. Her love for her husband directly rushed to the peak. After an unknown amount of time, Yangqin's original body once again asked himself who he was. Before he could give an answer, his eyes lit up, and everything disappeared without a trace. He only saw himself sitting in the middle of the array flags, surrounded by the surprised and joyful eyes of the women. It was unknown how many billions of years had passed in Yang Chen's consciousness after this experience. He felt as if he had become numb to everything, temporarily unable to remember anything. He only remembered that he was still Yang Chen, and that he still had beautiful wives and beautiful concubines waiting for him to return. The strange look in Yang Chen's eyes shocked all the women, but they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only look at Li Cheng for help, hoping that he could think of a way. Li Cheng only glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's fine. He has experienced too much, and it has been too long. His brain can't react properly. Give him some time to adapt, and he'll be fine soon." Just as Li Cheng spoke, the hundreds of array flags began to turn yellow and wither like living things, as if they had experienced countless years. With a little wind around them, the array flags turned into powder and quickly disappeared in the wind. More than 200 of the 500 celestial-grade spirit veins that Gong Sunling had specially moved over had been used up, and the remaining ones had more than half of their spiritual power absorbed. At this time, Li Cheng saw this and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, there was a miscalculation." At this time, how could the women care about Brother Li Cheng's small mistake? They all looked at Yang Chen with concern, waiting for him to recover. They were even more afraid that their husband would not recognize them after comprehending the heavenly Tao this time. Yang Chen finally slowly remembered that he wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, so he sat in the array set up by Brother Li Cheng and experienced a lot. It had been so long that he had forgotten a lot of things. He wanted to move his body, but found that because he had not moved for a long time it seemed to have rusted. His whole body was numb, and he could only move slowly once or twice. After taking a few merit marrow pills and questioning inner heart pills together, Yang Chen's sedentary body began to slowly be nourished and recovered. This time it had been too long. Even if he took a merit marrow pill at the beginning, the medicinal effect had long been lost. More and more things came back to his mind, and the various experiences in the big dream were slowly excluded. When the golden body secret art circulated and nourished his whole body a few times, his body temporarily returned to normal, and he could move freely. However, if he wanted to completely make up for the internal injuries and damage caused by sitting for a long time, he still needed further conditioning. "Ayu, Ling." Looking at the worried faces not far away, Yang Chen smiled and called out the names of the women one by one. Every time he called out a name, a woman would nod with tears on her face. "I'm back. There's no need to worry," Yang Chen said to the women with a smile. After the women cried tears of joy, they rushed forward at the same time and surrounded Yang Chen. After Yang Chen comforted them, he comforted them. Finally, the women stopped crying and quieted down. "Ling, your husband is hungry. Shan, prepare some fragrant tea for him to rinse his mouth. Xiao Shui, prepare good wine for me and Big Brother to have a good drink." After a series of instructions, the women happily answered loudly and quickly went to prepare. Only at this moment did Yang Chen turn to Big Brother Li Cheng. He smiled and said, "Big Brother, I'm back." "Many thanks." Li Cheng waved his hand casually and didn't say anything. They were brothers in this world, and everything was understood without words. Although the great Tao derivation diagram had disappeared along with the formation, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were still immersed in their comprehension and could not extricate themselves. This was their fortuitous encounter. Yang Chen and the women did not intend to wake them up at this moment. They just minded their own business and celebrated. "How long has it been?" Yang Chen asked Big Brother Li Cheng. 300-odd years, Li Cheng answered casually, as though these 300 years were just an instant. "What about the Zhao clan?" This startled Yang Chen. Didn't that mean that the Zhao clan had already unified the spiritual realm after 300-odd years? Don't worry. Their experts are tied down. They will not be able to make a move for at least a few hundred years. Li Cheng answered casually, telling Yang Chen not to worry. When big brother Li Cheng said that, Yang Chen finally relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he immediately felt incredibly tired, hungry, and thirsty. All sorts of delicacies were served up. Yang Chen and Li Cheng ate and drank to their heart's content, looking very bold and unrestrained. After eating and drinking, Li Cheng immediately got Gong Sunling to prepare a place with sufficient spiritual energy to recuperate. Although Li Cheng looked relaxed over the past few years, his mental exhaustion was no less than when he fought with tens of thousands of profound, immortal, demonic beasts. Wait for me to recuperate before we talk about the item spirit, Li Cheng instructed everyone before leaving. Right now, Yang Chen had only started to comprehend some of the heavenly Tao. He was still far from truly grasping it. Becoming the item spirit of the mountain river geographical map still required further work. Li Cheng had to rest first. The rest of the time became Yang Chen and the women's. Chapter 2033. The worries and fears of the women for 300 years were now completely forgotten. Yang Chen simply indulged in debauchery, slept together, and sent the women to the peak one by one. When the women completely expressed their worries and grievances over the years and calmed down, Yang Chen began a new round of dual cultivation with them. They hadn't checked their cultivation before, but when they started the dual cultivation, everyone was shocked at the same time. Even Yang Chen didn't expect that his spiritual sense cultivation would soar to the peak of Golden Immortal in the past 300 years, and he almost entered the realm of Great Principal Golden Immortal. His spiritual power cultivation was relatively not particularly outstanding, and there was no heavenly tribulation in the mountain river geographical map, so there had been no heavenly tribulation over the years. Unknowingly, Yang Chen's cultivation had broken through to the 3rd grade of Earth Immortal. Compared to Yang Chen's breakthrough speed, the women's cultivation had increased a lot. Although everyone was worried about Yang Chen, the pattern of the great Tao gave them a lot of inspiration, whether it was in spiritual power or spiritual sense cultivation. They had soared a lot. Lady Fanghua and the maids had all surpassed the 1st grade of Heaven Immortal, but they hadn't crossed the tribulation yet. Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan had also rushed to the 5th grade of Earth Immortal. Gong Sunling was a 7th grade Earth Immortal, and Sun Qingxue was the most ruthless. She actually caught up with Gong Sunling and also reached the 7th grade of Earth Immortal. Tao Junkie was a 6th grade Earth Immortal, and she was the strongest in the human immortal stage. But now she was behind Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were also 5th grade Earth Immortal, and were on the same level as Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan. Zhou Xianying had long been a Heaven Immortal expert, and her spiritual power cultivation had not increased much over the years. It had only increased by a small realm and reached the 6th grade of Heaven Immortal. However, her spiritual sense cultivation had soared to the middle stage of Golden Immortal because of the revelation of the Great Tao. She even vaguely found that there seemed to be something strange in her sea of consciousness. Because she was worried about her husband's safety, Zhou Xianying had not carefully examined the changes in her sea of consciousness. After these matters were settled, Zhou Xianying wanted to find some time to go into seclusion and examine it carefully. What Yang Chen had learned over the years had not only increased his 3rd primordial spirit's control over the great Tao of heaven, but more importantly, the cultivation process of countless different creatures had given Yang Chen great inspiration, allowing Yang Chen to have a further understanding of the golden body incantation that he had created himself. While big brother Li Cheng was recuperating, Yang Chen and the girls were dual cultivating while perfecting the golden body secret art again. The golden body secret art of the past was too domineering, to the extent that it was impossible to cultivate without merit. Even if he succeeded in cultivating it, that kind of overbearing cultivation method would cause great harm to the body. In the end, he couldn't get around the protection of merit. After Yang Chen's improvement, the golden body incantation finally eased a lot. Even if Yang Chen did not use any merit when he cultivated in the future, it would not cause any harm to his body. At the same time, the efficiency of cultivation increased, strengthening the effects of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining art, the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation art, and the Universe treasure nurturing art. It could be said that the improved Golden Body Secret art simply used Yang Chen's body as a magic weapon to refine and maintain it, making the incomparably powerful body even more powerful, and the recovery ability after the injury was also greatly improved. This time, Big Brother Li Cheng's maintenance lasted for half a year. With his current cultivation, one could imagine the exhaustion of the formation from earlier. When Big Brother Li Cheng returned to the group, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were still in closed-door cultivation. The great Tao derivation diagram was vast and profound. It held a fatal attraction for them. However, Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not disappoint Yang Chen. Even though they were in closed-door cultivation, they still got Sun Qingxue to use the Jade Dragon entangling blood, devouring demonic vine to bind them tightly and resist them. It was said that they had been like this since 300 years ago without any breaks. You girls only care about your husbands and do not focus on the great Tao derivation diagram, missing out on many good opportunities. It is not worth it. When Li Qing saw everyone's radiant faces, he could not help but shake his head. He expressed his regret that the girls only cared about Yang Chen and missed out on the great Tao derivation diagram. The girls knew that Big Brother Li Cheng had good intentions and did not argue. They just smiled and stood beside Yang Chen. It was like they did not care about missing out on the great, fortuitous encounters. That might not be the case. Who knows, it might be a good thing. Yang Chen said to Big Brother Li Cheng while laughing. What do you mean? Big Brother Li Cheng's interest was piqued. He asked, could it be that the Heavenly Tao is not comparable to a two-legged person like you? Although the Heavenly Tao is good, it is heartless after all. Yang Chen looked at the girls and said proudly, how can it be as valuable as my family? It is better to have emotions. If you miss out on the Heavenly Tao, so be it. Is this your understanding? Li Cheng's interest was even greater. He looked at Yang Chen up and down and asked, and I have experienced a lot over the years and finally understood some principles. Yang Chen nodded and looked at the girls again. The pride in his eyes could not be erased no matter what. The girls also looked at Yang Chen affectionately, showing a loving expression. This scene made Li Qing very speechless, and he shook his head. Big Brother always said that the great Tao is the simplest. Yang Chen said in Li Cheng's words, in that case, let's cultivate the Tao according to the person. Don't think too much. All things in the world have their own Tao. It is reasonable for a wolf to eat a sheep, but it is disgraceful to put it on a sheep's Tao. Yang Chen's words were not only for Li Cheng, but also for the girls. Since we are all humans, we should focus on cultivating the human Tao. Everything else is unorthodox. It is the same for the Heavenly Tao. If you miss out on it, so be it. There is no need to feel pity. Hearing this, how could the girls not understand that their husband was dispelling their doubts and strengthening their Tao hearts? They were all geniuses and began to ponder. As long as they persisted in their Tao, there was no need to feel pity if they missed out on anything. Moreover, it might not be a blessing. I've only just figured this out. Yang Chen also realized that Brother Li Cheng had asked that question just now not only to let the girls strengthen their Tao hearts, but also to test what he had comprehended. My third essence soul will take away all my comprehension of the heavenly Tao. My main body will only leave my Tao heart unchanged. I am still me and have never changed. The more Yang Chen said, the clearer his thoughts became and the firmer his Tao heart became. He felt waves of clarity in his thoughts, and his consciousness seemed to have improved. Over the past few days of dual cultivation with the girls, Yang Chen's consciousness had dropped slightly to the 8th grade of the Golden Immortal. The girls' consciousness had risen to the 3rd grade of the Golden Immortal, As Li Cheng thought about it, Yang Chen's consciousness actually showed signs of breaking through to the 9th grade of the Golden Immortal. Chapter 2034. What about your 3rd primordial spirit? Big Brother Li Cheng did not finish his sentence, but continued to ask, "My Tao is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is my Tao." Yang Chen replied quickly without hesitation, "I am the heavens." This sentence was really too arrogant, but no one present had the intention to laugh. Yang Chen's 3rd primordial spirit was originally going to control the heavenly Tao in a side of the world, so it was not arrogant at all to say this. "You can start." Li Cheng nodded and said this. On Yang Chen's body, a phantom of Yang Chen suddenly appeared. In this phantom, there was also a black dot exuding black gas and a huge ball. Together, they slowly floated out of Yang Chen's body and directly merged into the ground under his feet. Now that everyone was originally in the Mountain River geographical map, this phantom merged into the ground. In fact, it also merged into the Mountain River geographical map. Except for Gong Sunling, everyone couldn't feel any changes. Only Gong Sunling could sense that the Mountain River geographical map was adding a backbone, which was a very wonderful feeling. Suddenly, the wind and clouds began to surge between heaven and earth, and countless rays of light emerged from all directions. All the creatures that had been dormant because of Li Cheng's array seemed to be awakened at this moment, opened their eyes, and looked around in confusion. Countless rays of light wrapped the bodies of these creatures, and a large amount of spiritual power emerged between heaven and earth, beginning to nourish their bodies. All the creatures did not know what was happening, and they were passively receiving the baptism of the rays of light. There was only confusion in their hearts, but there was no panic. No one could tell what kind of feeling it was. The shadow of a huge palace appeared in the sky, and the 4 big words Lingshao Palace on the palace plaque were abnormally clear. Before anyone could react, the palace quickly disappeared into the distant sky. Gong San Ling felt the deepest. The world in the Mountain River geographical map that she has not explored yet seemed to be a roaring sound in the space on the upper layer, and then the world seemed to have a stable feeling like a pillar, filling her sea of consciousness. Right in front of everyone's eyes, 3 huge dragon shadows suddenly appeared. These 3 dragons were so huge that their shadows directly filled up the entire spiritual world of the Mountain River geographical map. The 3 dragon shadows seemed to be very irritable. As soon as they appeared, they roared crazily at the sky, as if they were challenging something. Then, Yang Chen's phantom appeared again. Compared to the 3 dragons, Yang Chen's figure was smaller than a grain of rice, but he looked more majestic than the 3 dragons. The silhouette of a dragon pounced forward, and the tiny Yang Chen's silhouette jumped directly onto the dragon's head. It grabbed a small edge of the dragon's horn with one hand, clenched its small fist, and punched the dragon's head violently. On Yang Chen's fist it was not empty, but with a small black spot that exuded black gas. With each punch, the giant dragon trembled, and its figure became more and more illusory. After hundreds of punches in a row, the dragon's shadow finally couldn't hold on anymore. The tiny Yang Chen grabbed the dragon's horn and swung it up, together with the small black dot emitting black aura, and threw it to the lowest level of the Mountain River geographical map, which was the layer of the mortal world. As soon as it touched the ground of the mortal world, the dragon shadow quickly dissipated and completely integrated into that layer of space. The second dragon shadow followed closely behind. This time it was not a small black that welcomed it, but a huge ball. Although the dragon shadow was very huge, the illusory ball was not small either. Yang Chen's shadow pinched a small corner of the ball, as if it was swinging Mount Tai, and smashed it down. The dragon shadow was hit thousands of miles away with one blow. Yang Chen's phantom seemed to be not satisfied, and directly chased after it with the ball. The dragon shadow also tried its best to counterattack, but no matter what method it used, Yang Chen's phantom only swung the ball and smashed it. Any move of the dragon's shadow would be smashed. After hundreds of consecutive smashes, the second dragon's shadow no longer had the strength to fight back, and it was directly smashed into the ground by the ball and disappeared without a trace. Yang Chen's phantom swung again, and the huge ball phantom was directly smashed into the ground of the spiritual realm and disappeared. When the second dragon disappeared completely, the third dragon's shadow roared and rushed straight into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen's phantom also flew into the sky, chasing the dragon's shadow for a while, and disappeared. Only Gong Sunling could sense that there was a huge movement in the third space. It was estimated that Yang Chen's phantom was fighting with the third dragon's shadow. This still needed a process. When Yang Chen completely conquered the third dragon's shadow, it meant that he temporarily controlled the 3 realms in the Mountain River geographical map and became a genuine tool spirit. With the tool spirit in charge of the primary heavenly law, the Mountain River geographical map was one step closer to becoming a real world. Everything seemed to be very beautiful. Yang Chen stood in place, feeling the battle between the third primordial spirit and the dragon spirit. It had to be said that the third dragon spirit was originally to control the mortal world, and its cultivation was extremely high. Under normal circumstances, the third primordial spirit, whose spiritual awareness cultivation was only at the peak of the golden immortal, would not be the opponent of the other party's great principal golden immortal. Unfortunately, although the other party's cultivation was high, it had no active consciousness and was lost in the Mountain River geographical map for many years, greatly weakening its combat effectiveness. Yang Chen's third primordial spirit had a steady stream of support from his main body and the second primordial spirit, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Even without any weapons, the dragon spirit was gradually not an opponent, and after being taught a hard lesson by Yang Chen, it lay dormant, because there was no real space in the immortal world. In the end, the dragon spirit and the third primordial spirit could only stay in the Lingxiao King Hall. This was also good. In the territory of Yang Chen's third primordial spirit, the dragon spirit could not turn over even if it had great abilities. The rays of light that nourished all the living beings finally stopped, and everything in the Mountain River geographical map returned to normal. Whether it was the Aborigines or the cultivators, they didn't seem to notice that they had been used by someone with a formation for more than 300 years. They still lived and cultivated as usual, and nothing had changed at all. Or it couldn't be said that it seemed that after being nourished by the rays of light, the cultivation of all the living beings had improved. Maybe this was the reward given by the third primordial spirit to all the holy spirits here. Husband, what is that little black dot and ball? Gong Sunling was the first to feel the change. Since the third layer of space quieted down, the Mountain River geographical map had a qualitative improvement. She could even perceive the feeling of being handy, and asked in surprise, "That is the exit of the demon beast space that I refined in the core of the demon continent and the core of the trial land in the mortal world." Yang Chen was not afraid to shock the world in front of the women and directly said the answer. Chapter 2035. The women didn't know this before. Suddenly hearing Yang Chen say this, they were all surprised and couldn't close their mouths. Almost everyone had been to the demon continent. Even if they hadn't been there, they had heard of it. In the later period, there was no more demonic energy in the demon continent, which everyone knew. They thought that there was something wrong with the demon continent, but they didn't expect that their husband had collected the core of the demon continent. What was the exit of the demonic beast space? For a while, everyone didn't think more, but soon everyone realized something, and they covered their mouths in shock and looked at their husband incredulously. The last time we entered the trial ground, Big Brother Li Cheng took me inside to have a look. Yang Chen explained lightly, putting Li Cheng's credit at the forefront, and this was the case. There is a huge space exit inside, which is the source of the demonic beasts in the trial ground, and also the source of the demonic beasts in the demonic tribulation. Yang Chen quickly explained to the women, I saw it, so I refined that space exit. Then, why did my husband let the demonic tribulation happen? Gao Yu asked in confusion. In fact, everyone wanted to ask this question, and it was obvious that there was some reproach in it. Only Gao Yu could ask it, no one else could. It was fine if Zhou Xianying asked, but Zhou Xianying was Grandma Tianqin. In front of Yang Qin, she was a good wife, but in front of outsiders, she was still the unreasonable Grandma Tianqin. What's wrong with the demonic tribulation? It should take a little longer to eliminate more than half of the cultivators in the world. My cultivation base is too low, I can't close that exit. Yang Chen made everyone accept this fact with just one sentence. In order to refine that space exit, I had to forcibly improve my cultivation base. In the later stage, I couldn't control it, so I abolished my cultivation base and started over again. Everyone knew the latter. They thought that Big Brother Li Cheng really just made Yang Chen's cultivation more twists and turns, but they didn't expect it to be this reason. When they thought that everyone would misunderstand their husband, the women had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Husband, how did you get in? Sun Qingxue, this little girl, was the youngest. She was always curious like a baby and asked some questions that everyone wanted to know, and no one blamed her. The goal she was talking about was naturally the invisible barrier in the core region of the trial grounds that blocked the various sect members outside. Zhao family manor. Yang Chan explained with a smile. The Zhao family's manor in the mortal world will not be blocked, nor will it be attacked. It was refined by the Zhao family, and they are of the same lineage. Junkie even lived in it for a very long time. Now everyone understood. After the initial shock, the girls started to look forward to the scene inside the core of the trial ground. Although their husbands said it casually, there were so many Xian immortal demonic beasts outside. One could imagine the situation inside. Let's recuperate for a while, collect a few cave manners, and consolidate our foundations. Then, let's go in and take a look. Yang Qin could guess their thoughts from the way he valued the girls. After giving the girls a guarantee, everyone began to discuss the itinerary after going out. After a retreat of 300 years, everyone had gained a lot. After the girls got the guidance of their husband and knew that they did not miss the evolution of the Great Way, they also needed to retreat a little to understand their gains. The most idle people became Yang Qin and Big Brother Li Cheng. It was rare that in the past 300 years, Yang Lan did not give Yang Qin a single instruction. However, Yang Qin quickly understood that it was not that Yang Lan did not want to give him instructions, but that his instructions were issued. It was just that the great unfettered demon heart sutra had not been cultivated to the realm of the spiritual sense cultivation method. Naturally, he did not have the ability to cross realms, and he did not even have the ability to break through several layers of cave manners. Yang Chen was now in the cave in the belly of the earth dragon. Then he entered the dragon palace and finally entered the mountain river geographical map. A total of 3 layers, completely shortening the connection between Yang Lan and himself. However, Yang Qin found that he was still able to communicate with Yang Lan, and he felt more relaxed than at the beginning. It seemed that this was the result of the great improvement of his spiritual sense cultivation. From this, it was estimated that Yang Lan's influence could affect up to 2 layers of the cave space. It was estimated that he also got the news of Yang Chen's retreat and knew that the news could not be sent in. So he gave up and waited for the next opportunity. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base had improved so much that there was no pure spiritual awareness overflowing from the white bead in his sea of consciousness. It was estimated that the spiritual awareness of the great principal golden immortal had been refined. This made Yang Qin feel a little unsatisfied, and he wished that there was another great principal golden immortal's spiritual awareness to supplement it. Fortunately, Yang Qin also understood that this idea was too greedy, but he shook his head and gave up after thinking about it. Cultivation was not a hard work, so Yang Qin did not immediately seize the time to cultivate crazily. Instead, Together with big brother Li Cheng, they strolled leisurely in the mountain river geographical map and went to the life circle of the natives of the mortal world to appreciate the life of the mortals. It was not until the girls came out that they returned to the side of the girls. The girls had been in seclusion for 10 years. The outside world was calm, and it was estimated that there was nothing major. During these 10 years, Ao Lan and Ao Lai also came out of seclusion one after another. However, looking at their appearance, it seemed that they were not very satisfied with the effect of seclusion. Thinking about it, it was normal. The evolution of the great Tao was not that easy to comprehend. Even if Ao Lan was a golden immortal dragon expert, it was impossible for him to comprehend it in such a short time. However, even so, the two dragon experts had their own breakthroughs. Ao Lan, who was a peak golden immortal, finally broke through this barrier and entered the great principal golden immortal realm in the spiritual world. Unfortunately, there could not be profound immortal tribulation and golden immortal tribulation in the spiritual world. Otherwise, Ao Lan could really become a great principal golden immortal. Ao Lai was no exception. He was already a peak heaven immortal. These years he was limited by the lack of mental state and did not improve. In fact, he had accumulated enough. Using this opportunity, he broke through the bottleneck of peak heaven immortal in one fell swoop and directly rushed to the profound immortal grade 4. The advantage of the dragon race was really unique. If ordinary humans and demons wanted to surpass the heaven immortal realm and stay in the spiritual world, they had to do a lot of preparatory work. Only then would they be able to deceive heaven's secrets and prevent the heavenly tribulation from descending. However, the dragon race did not need to go through so much trouble. If they did not want to ascend, the heavenly tribulation would not descend. This was something that Yang Chen already knew very clearly from his comprehension of the heavenly Tao. However, in Yang Chen's opinion, the biggest gain for the two was not the increase in their cultivation. Although the increase in their cultivation was something to be happy about, it was just something that happened naturally when the time was right for the dragon race. What truly allowed them to be reborn was the result of their arduous training during this period. The two of them no longer had to worry about the restraint of the dragon coiling grass. Chapter 2036. For the past 300-odd years, the dragon coiling grass had never left Ao Lan and Ao Lai's bodies. They had always been used to fighting and tempering themselves. Hard work paid off. When the dragon race, who were blessed by the heavens, put in a lot of effort to temper themselves, the heavens would naturally give them a corresponding reward. When Ao Lai came out of closed-door cultivation, he stretched his huge dragon body. The jasper dragon coiling demonic vine that had entangled him for 300-odd years was broken by his huge strength. It broke into pieces of vines that were no more than 3 meters long. That is Little Snow's darling. Can't you be gentler? Before Ao Lai could show off, he heard Yang Chen's reprimand. As soon as he heard Yang Chen say this, Ao Lai immediately restrained his arrogant appearance, and his dragon face began to accompany him with a smile. Ao Lan and Ao Lai came out of closed-door cultivation right after each other. However, Ao Lan's movements were very small. The dragon's body moved slightly, and the vines wrapped around her body seemed to have no effect at all. They quickly coiled up and flung to the side. Ao Lai probably heard Yang Chen reprimanding Ao Lai. Hence, she did not damage the vines. Yang Chen immediately put away the rattan. Even the ones that Ao Lai broke were no exception. These were all good things, especially the jasper, dragon, coiling, demonic vine that had been nourished by Ao Lan and Ao Lai's flesh for 300 years. It was the best gift for Little Snow. I suddenly feel much more relaxed, Ao Lan sighed as she felt her free body. That is true. In the future, there will no longer be any natural enemies that can restrain the two of you. That is what I should congratulate you for. Yang Chen continued with a smile. Now that my thoughts are clear, naturally I feel more relaxed. With Ao Lan around, Ao Lai did not dare to say anything. He could not tell that this fellow had such potential. In the future, he would definitely be a henpecked husband. It is indeed that kind of unrestrained freedom. Aolan took a deep breath of the air filled with spiritual energy. Then she sighed. Unexpectedly, it is so easy. Indeed, it is that easy. Yang Qin smiled and said, actually, it is just like how mortals train in body tempering techniques. After getting used to a certain degree of impact, they will slowly get used to it. In the end, they will no longer fear an even heavier impact. It is such a simple principle. To think that your ancestors restrained their descendants to be restrained by the dragon coiling grass generation after generation. You are truly farsighted. The latter part of Yang Chen's words contained clear mockery. This was the fault of the dragon race's ancestors. As a member of the dragon race, Aolan naturally could not interfere too much. However, she did not want to hear such words, either. She could only laugh it off and let the topic pass. Big elder sister, coiling dragon, coiling grass, dragon, coiling dragon, coiling dragon dragons. The reason why Yang Qin said all that was because he wanted to bring up the topic at the back. How could Aolan not say anything else? He immediately followed up by saying, if you still have friends, let them come here and try to hone themselves. It will be good for them. That was an expert of the dragon race who was on good terms with Aolan, a golden immortal. How could Yang Qin let go of such an opportunity? There is no need. Aolan immediately saw through Yang Chen's thoughts. However, she did not give him a chance. Although we have nearly exterminated the dragon coiling grass, we can still find a small amount. However, the jasper dragon coiling around the demonic blood-devouring vine is the only one in the world. At this moment, Yang Qin smiled like an old fox who had succeeded in his scheme. Not only the dragon coiling grass, but you can also get used to the might of the demonic blood-devouring vine and the demonic blood-devouring vine. Furthermore, there is the nourishment of the jasper vine. It is much more beneficial than just the dragon coiling grass. It had to be said that Yang Qin always grasped the most tempting part of people and succeeded every time. Aolan and Aolai had both tasted the jasper dragon coiling around the demonic blood-devouring vine. Naturally, they knew what benefits they had obtained in the past 300 years. After hesitating for a while, Aolan said somewhat unnaturally, I am only in charge of mentioning it to them. Whether they come or not is up to them. Aolan's words were like announcing that Yang Chen's scheme had succeeded. When Aolan's dragon race companions saw the great changes in Aolan and Aolai, it would be strange if they were not willing to come over. Aolan probably would not even dream that she would be the spokesperson for Yang Chen's advertisement. The power of a role model was boundless. Seeing Yang Chen chatting casually with them, how could Aolan and Aolai not know that Yang Chen had already started comprehending the heavenly Tao? However, what made them feel strange was that in a mere 300 years, not much time had passed, the Mountain River geographical map clearly had the aura of the dragon race. Aolan was too embarrassed to ask. The Mountain River geographical map was a magic treasure of the dragon race in the first place. It was normal for it to have dragon chi. However, Aolai did not have such concerns. He immediately asked, Yang Qin, why is the dragon chi here becoming denser? The original 3 item spirits of the Mountain River geographical map have all been drawn out. Yang Qin did not say much. There were some things that everyone could understand with just a little. There was no need to waste words. Aolan's eyes lit up when she heard that. No matter what, the Mountain River geographical map was a magic treasure of the dragon race. Looking at the situation now, it seemed to be getting closer to a world. This was also the long-cherished wish of the dragon race's seniors. If Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could realize it, it would be a huge boost and reference for the dragon race. The 2 dragon race experts did not linger for long. This time they had gained too much. They had to consolidate their gains. Furthermore, Yang Chen's suggestion moved them as well. They might even have to bring a group of friends over and make use of Sun Qingshue's Jasper Dragon entangling demonic vines to break free from the restraints of the dragon entangling grass. Soon, only Yang Chen's family and big brother, Li Cheng, remained in the Mountain River geographical map. The girls were still in closed-door cultivation. However, after Ao Lan and Ao Lai left, big brother Li Cheng also mentioned leaving. Just go and collect the cave abode. Don't worry about anything else. Li Cheng warned Yang Chen, the experts of the Zhao clan are still at the exit of the demonic beast space. It will take hundreds of years for them to be held back by the experts. What are your plans? Give the Zhao clan's manor to the Xiantian sect. Yang Chen thought for a while and replied directly. He did not hide his disgust for the Xiantian sect from big brother Li Cheng. He believed that big brother Li Cheng would not have a good impression of him. I will take you and the others to collect the cave abode. When the time is right, refine the heavenly tribulation room. Well, that's good too. Li Cheng did not respond to Yang Chen's plan for the Xiantian sect. He said, "Don't rush to refine the heavenly tribulation room. If you have time, expand the core of the demon continent to allow us to enter and exit. When I come to find you next time, we will go to the other side of the demon continent to have a look." When Yang Chen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. On the other side of the core of the demon continent, it was obviously a huge world or space. If he went there, there would definitely be great benefits. Originally, he just said it, but Yang Chen was a little impatient now. Chapter 2037. Li Ching soon left on his own. Yang Chen would not ask him what he was going to do, and Li Cheng almost never told him. However, Yang Chen could probably guess the purpose of Li Cheng. It was estimated that he was preparing to refine the heavens tribulation room in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Although he said it lightly before, Yang Chen could feel the importance he attached to the heavens tribulation room. Yang Chen waited for a few more years in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and finally waited for the girls to come out one by one. In this retreat, the women really had their own gains. Although their cultivation base did not advance rapidly, Yang Chen could easily see the changes in the mentality of the outstanding women. Perhaps Yang Chen's last reminder had an effect. The girls were now more and more infatuated with Yang Chen. One by one, they were entangled with each other, wishing they could never be separated, which made Yang Chen enjoy it. Everyone left the geographical map of mountains and rivers separately. There was no other way. Several of them were on the verge of crossing their tribulations. Once they went out, they would cross their tribulations. Moreover, the tribulations of each of them were much stronger than ordinary tribulations. Going out together would affect each other. The mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was very lively these days. Every day, there were masters crossing their tribulations, and they were very powerful tribulations that were dozens of times stronger than ordinary tribulations. Every time they crossed their tribulations, it was an earth-shattering movement, which surprised and delighted the disciples of Chunyang Palace who were lucky enough to watch the ceremony. They were happy that after watching so many human immortal tribulations, they all had some experience in crossing tribulations. They were surprised that each human immortal tribulation was unusually strong, so that the masters of these human immortal disciples had to comfort them. This was not normal, but a group of abnormal masters. Among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, only Shi Wushuang and the Morong sisters were in the intermediate human immortal tribulation, but there were 24 Penglai divine with demons in the Dragon Palace who had long reached the level of Earth Immortal. Despite the 12 Yuanqin sea suppression formation, if 24 Penglai divine with demons whose cultivation was far beyond the level of Earth Immortal had to cross their tribulations at the same time, it was estimated that the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace would be destroyed again, so they could only take turns to cross their tribulations. The Murong sisters had been controlling the dragon puppet to refine their life source magic weapon. The 5 elements hook over the years and their cultivation fell behind. But as the five elements hook became more and more integrated, their cultivation also rose. The dragon clan's magic weapon was by no means so ordinary. In addition, the dragon puppet had also been pestering the dragon coiling grass over the years. Every time, the Morong sisters controlled the dragon puppet to resist the entanglement of the jasper dragon and the blood-eating demon vine. After more than 300 years, it had been quite effective. At least when entangled with the dragon grass, the Morong sisters did not seem to be interfered. The Morong sisters, the dragon puppet, and the dragon puppet, the same. The dragon puppet to the dragon puppet. Shi Wuxuang has been favored by the Penglai divine with monsters these years. Her life source flying sword was a Penglai divine with that Yang Chen gave her later. After refining the life source flying sword, it was unexpected that this Penglai divine with flying sword and the 24 Penglai divine with monsters were inexplicably linked. This also led to Shi Wuxuang having a jaw-dropping benefit. That was, her life could be shared with the 24 Penglai divine with demons. The vitality of the Penglai divine with demons was too strong, not to mention the 24 united. In other words, as long as Shi Wuxuang was not completely killed at once, as long as there was a breath, then she almost had an immortal body and could recover at any time and anywhere. There were 30 Penglai divine with demons, Shi Wuxuang, and the Morong sisters. On average, the human immortal tribulation lasted for 1 day and night. For a whole month, the tribulation cloud above Chunyang Palace did not dissipate. It was almost always there, and the rumbling sound lasted for a month. Just when the human immortal tribulation cloud in the sky finally dissipated completely, and everyone thought that the feast of the heavens tribulation was finally over, the clear sky was once again covered with tribulation clouds. This time the human immortal disciples in Chunyang Palace all changed their faces. The masters in the palace immediately issued a warning. All the people with insufficient cultivation retreated thousands of miles. More earth immortal masters were full of stars and hurriedly grabbed the best position, for fear of missing the next wonder. There was no other way. This time the tribulation cloud was the earth immortal tribulation, and someone was going to become a fairy immortal. How many people were stuck in this hurdle all their lives and could not pass it anyway? Now that there was a free reference opportunity, who would easily let it go? Lady Fanghua and the 30 beautiful maids, in the past 300 years, had the most terrifying improvement in their cultivation, and each of them had reached the standard of a fairy immortal, especially after the double cultivation with Yang Chen's improved golden body secrets. Their cultivation was a little bit uncontrollable. One by one they went out, and the result was one after another crossing the tribulation. The earth immortal tribulation in the sky was also several times more terrible than the ordinary earth immortal tribulation, and there was a dense pile of it. Every time a beautiful figure appeared, it would trigger a series of earth immortal tribulation attacks. Then, under the gaze of countless people, each beautiful figure easily and elegantly resolved one by one. From a distance, everyone could not see clearly who it was, and they did not dare to use their divine senses to explore, lest they were affected by the heaven tribulation. But everyone could think that it was an expert of Chunyang Palace who was crossing the tribulation. Such a scene of crossing the tribulation was common in Chunyang Palace, with hundreds of thousands of people. But such a continuous heaven tribulation was rare, and it was really an eye-opener. People thought it was normal that the human immortal tribulation was continuous, but even the earth immortal tribulation was like this, which made people's imagination run wild. When Lady Fanghua finally appeared, the power of the heaven tribulation reached its peak, and it was several times more powerful than the previous women combined. However, Lady Fanghua, who had been showered with the most by Yang Qin, just chuckled, swayed her body, and took the initiative to rush into the group of heaven tribulation. The chuckle just now was full of the charm of a beautiful woman missing her lover. The sound was not loud, but it spread thousands of miles. Just this sound alone made many male cultivators almost unable to control themselves. Although the female cultivators were a little better, their hearts were also rippling, and their faces were blushing. The heaven tribulation all over the sky seemed to have become Lady Fenghua's gorgeous dress, with thousands of rays of light, decorating Lady Fenghua extraordinarily beautiful. In this excessive beauty, Lady Fenghua's laughter continued, but the number of heaven tribulation was decreasing rapidly. Even so, Madame Fenghua's heavenly tribulation lasted for 5 days, so that some masters who have already become celestial immortals were dumbfounded. Finally, Lady Fenghua's heaven tribulation was over. The smoke in the sky dissipated, and the sky was clear. For more than 2 months, everyone had not seen the blue sky, and it had always been shrouded in tribulation clouds. Today, they finally saw the sun, and the shadow in the hearts of countless people was swept away. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and planned to enjoy the sunny sun and relax their mood, the tribulation clouds began to condense again. Chapter 2038. Again, everyone in Chunyang Palace had begun to smile bitterly. What kind of day was this? Even the tribulation transcendence was lined up so neatly. However, it was a good thing for everyone to watch the heavenly tribulation. No one would complain about watching too many heavenly tribulations. They were all experiences and references. Even if they failed, they could learn from them. Normally, they might not even be able to watch it. This time, everyone was lucky. They bumped into a large group. However, the heavenly tribulation this time was truly a little strange. No one could understand what was going on. The tribulation clouds had already covered the entire sky, but the dense heavenly tribulation did not appear. Not only that, even the normal 99 heavenly tribulations did not appear. There were only tribulation clouds, but no heavenly tribulations. What was going on? No one had ever seen such a wondrous sight before. Even a good number of heavenly immortals were looking up at the sky in puzzlement. They could not figure out what was going on. After a long time, a heavenly tribulation finally appeared. The moment it appeared, countless cultivators watching the ceremony frowned. What was going on? Why was there only one heavenly tribulation? What kind of bribe was this? How could there be such a good thing? But in the next moment, no one thought that this was a good thing anymore. The heavenly tribulation finally revealed itself. It appeared unassuming, but the aura it exuded was like a tempestuous tsunami, causing all the cultivators within a radius of tens of thousands of li to involuntarily fall limply to the ground. What kind of berserk was that? Even the few Xian immortal experts in Chunying Palace were trembling with fear from the aura contained in the heavenly tribulation. They couldn't help but feel invincible, even if it was a profound immortal tribulation. These few profound immortal experts were confident that they could withstand 1 or 2 bolts. They didn't dare say that they could withstand all 999 bolts, but 1 or 2 bolts wouldn't matter. However, they didn't even dare to think of resisting the heavenly tribulation that had appeared in the sky. What level of heavenly tribulation was this? The mysterious immortal tribulation was not enough to describe it. Could it be the legendary golden immortal tribulation that only appeared in the immortal world? But why would the golden immortal tribulation appear here? The ordinary natives within a radius of tens of thousands of li had all fainted under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. Even many cultivators below the 5th-tier human immortal stage were unable to endure the pressure and lost consciousness. The remaining people could only bitterly hold on. They all wanted to see who had triggered such a heaven-defying heavenly tribulation. If they couldn't see it, they would simply die with everlasting regret. Not long after this heavenly tribulation appeared, 9 different heavenly tribulations appeared around it. In the eyes of those Xian immortal experts, these 9 heavenly tribulations were slightly more normal. If they guessed correctly, these 9 heavenly tribulations should be Xian immortal tribulations. However, it was impossible for a profound immortal tribulation to appear in the spiritual realm. The profound immortal tribulation would only appear when a profound immortal broke through to the golden immortal realm. How could there be any profound immortals in the spiritual realm who could undergo tribulation? Those who passed the tribulation would have ascended to the immortal world long ago. The 9 abstruse immortal tribulations were much inferior to the previous golden immortal tribulation, but that was only in comparison. In the eyes of the cultivators who had barely fainted, these 9 heavenly tribulations were like 9 deadly impermanences. No matter who encountered them, there was only death. Perhaps it felt that everyone was not shocked enough. Outside the 9 abstruse immortal tribulations, another 99 heavenly immortal tribulations appeared. The heavenly immortal tribulations were much more normal, at least within the acceptable range of the cultivators in the spiritual realm. However, 99 heavenly immortal tribulations were clearly the heavenly tribulation of a heaven immortal expert who was about to undergo tribulation and ascend. Could it be that a senior in the sect was about to ascend? The surprises came one after another, one after the other. After the 99 heavenly immortal tribulations appeared, it was immediately followed by 999 earthly immortal tribulations. The earthly immortal tribulations appeared because an earthly immortal expert was about to become a heaven immortal. No one knew what kind of pitiful earthly immortal expert had done to trigger 999 earthly immortal tribulations. This was already 10 times stronger than an ordinary earthly immortal tribulation. If the heavenly immortal tribulations of the golden immortal and abstruse immortal tribulations were taken into account, the power of these earthly immortal tribulations would be unimaginable. If everyone thought that the earthly immortal tribulations were everything, then the subsequent human immortal tribulations that exceeded 9,999,999 made them speechless. No matter how powerful a human immortal expert was, it was impossible for there to be so many human immortal tribulations. Even the human immortal tribulations that had descended continuously for a month were not this many in total. Since there were human immortal tribulations, it meant that a human immortal was about to undergo tribulation. Poor guy, he was about to be crushed into ashes by the heavens. How could this be called tribulation? He might as well take out his flying sword and slit his own throat. That might be more satisfying. Several different types of heavenly tribulations formed a circle, getting stronger and stronger from the inside out. Perhaps it was because the appearance of these heavenly tribulations was too shocking that no one realized that by the time all the heavenly tribulations had appeared, 2 months had already passed. That was to say, it took 2 months for the heavenly tribulations to appear. Up until now, the person who was about to undergo tribulation hadn't even started. Countless people had already begun to imagine how the person who was about to transcend the tribulation would have an ashen complexion and how brilliant the light would be during the tribulation. Then, the person who transcended the tribulation would turn into brilliant fireworks in front of everyone's eyes, blooming with the most brilliant light in his life. Then he would turn into ashes, and there might even be no ashes left. It was not that they didn't care about their friendship, nor were they unsympathetic. It was just that the power of the heavenly tribulations was so terrifying that they had to think so. Didn't they see that the cultivators below the 5th stage of the human immortal realm couldn't even stay awake? The heavenly tribulations finally began to descend. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the most central position, wanting to know who this heaven-defying cultivator was. A figure rushed straight to the sky. Unfortunately, even the Xian immortal expert with the highest cultivation was hiding hundreds of miles away. He couldn't see who the figure was at all. As for what would happen to the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace after this heavenly tribulation, no one thought much about it. Anyway, the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed more than once or twice, so they were used to it. Fortunately, this time it was not an enemy. There was nothing to say when it was destroyed under the heavenly tribulation. The person who faced the heavenly tribulation was naturally Yangchen. He didn't expect that his heavenly tribulation would cause such a big scene. Such an exaggerated heavenly tribulation was probably related to his cultivation of the sixth stage of three purities secret art and the initial understanding of the way of the heavens by the third primordial spirit. But in any case, he had to pass the heavenly tribulation. Looking at the dense heavenly tribulation above, Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and sucked hard. All the heavenly tribulations seemed to have encountered the most powerful tornado. They were all swept up and sent straight into Yang Chen's mouth. Chapter 2039. All the scenes of success, failure, paralysis, and death that the spectators were expecting did not appear. There were no cultivators resisting the heavenly tribulation, and there were no countless brilliant sparks flickering in the night sky. There was nothing at all. Yang Chen inhaled like a whale sucking in water. All the heavenly tribulations, be it the golden immortal tribulation, profound immortal tribulation, heaven immortal tribulation, earth immortal tribulation, or human immortal tribulation, were all swallowed in one gulp. Even the dense black tribulation clouds that covered tens of thousands of miles in the sky did not escape this big mouth. Nothing was left, and all of them were swallowed. In the blink of an eye, the whole sky disappeared, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. The aura that could suppress everything not long ago disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Those aborigines and cultivators who had fainted from the suppression at the beginning also woke up in confusion, and did not know what had happened. The cultivators who witnessed this scene looked at each other in dismay. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. That was it. The super heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for more than 2 months disappeared just like that before a single one fell on the person undergoing the tribulation. It was really the biggest joke in the world. Was there anything more unbelievable than this? Who was joking with everyone? But the tribulation clouds were not fake, and the heavenly tribulation that appeared was not fake either. Could it be that God saw that everyone was having a hard time, so he played with everyone? Countless people were discussing this strange heavenly tribulation with their companions. They could talk about it together, and they had all kinds of guesses. The contrast this time was so great that countless cultivators gave up on the thought of cultivating for a short period of time. Instead, they focused their attention on the heavenly tribulation. Some people even thought that some expert was really bored when cultivating, so he came up with this method to simulate the heavenly tribulation to tease everyone and achieve some breakthrough. The people outside were talking about it, but the women who hid in the dragon palace after the tribulation and watched the people behind them transcend the tribulation had a completely different thought. When Yang Chen walked out, the tribulation clouds filled the sky, and the heavenly tribulations appeared one after another, and the hearts of the women directly rose to their throats. Her husband's cultivation was too heaven-defying, and even the cultivation of his spiritual sense was already unimaginable, which led to such a phenomenon. What everyone was worried about was whether their husband could withstand a heavenly tribulation of this degree. After being anxious and on tenterhooks for more than 2 months, the girls were finally able to persevere because they had experienced too many similar situations in the past 300 years. Otherwise, just this kind of silent torment alone would be enough to put them down, swallowing all the heavenly tribulations in one gulp. Even though the girls had thought of many ways to do so, they had never expected Xiang Xingjie to use such an unimaginable method. From the looks of it, her husband seemed to have succeeded. Yang Chen had used this method on a whim. He didn't expect it to work. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have a spirit. Without Yang Chen's explanation, it automatically divided into 2 parts. 1 golden immortal tribulation and 9 mysterious immortal tribulation rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness without any surprise. They began to attack and destroy Yang Chen's sea of consciousness wantonly. The remaining fairy immortal tribulation, earth immortal tribulation, and human immortal tribulation filled Yang Chen's body, waiting for all the power to burst out at once. Yang Chen had already called out the golden bell in advance. In an instant, all the energy was charged into Yang Chen's body and the golden bell. After the improved golden body secret art, his body was strengthened again. It was almost comparable to the strength of the yellow, turbaned strongman's body, refining arcane power in the Heaven Tower realm. The heavenly tribulation of the spiritual world was just like tickling. In fact, Yang Chen's body had only withstood tens of thousands of human immortal tribulations. It was enough to achieve the purpose of tempering himself, and he didn't expect more. After a part of the great yin-yang 5 elements, flying sword, was consumed, more than 99% of the power of the heavenly tribulation was guided into the golden bell by Yang Chen. This magic weapon of the Dragon Clan required a lot of power of the heavenly tribulation to refine and integrate. This time, the super heavenly tribulation was also stronger than Yang Chen expected. It was just right to use it to refine the golden bell. According to the number of heavenly tribulations, this time's super heavenly tribulation was enough to match tens of thousands of normal human immortal tribulations, at least 10 earth immortal tribulations, and 1 fairy immortal tribulation. This did not include the golden immortal tribulation and Xian immortal tribulation that raged in the sea of consciousness. The power of the heavenly tribulation beyond imagination was all absorbed by the golden bell. The energy that poured in at one time was so amazing that the 8 dragon spirits were busy like crazy, absorbing in balance. In a short time, the 8 dragon shadows became much more solid. The fusion with Yang Chen's soft voice also entered another stage. Originally, elder brother Li Cheng judged that Yang Chen could not completely integrate the golden bell in 1 or 2 heavenly tribulations. That was because he did not expect that Yang Chen's heavenly tribulation would be so terrifying. The golden bell couldn't bear more power for a while and had to rely on Yang Chen's body, which had been integrated by 1/3 to bear it. Then there was often more fusion. At the beginning of this process, unless the energy was exhausted, it would not stop. Yang Chen closed his eyes and silently felt the fusion of the golden bell and his body. In the eyes of the women outside, Yang Chen's body was surrounded by 8 golden dragons. His body turned red for a while, and then slowly began to become normal. The process was very complicated and seemed to take a long time, but in the eyes of the women, it was just a few breaths. Everyone watched Yang Chen swallow the heavenly tribulation, then stood in the same place, and his whole body turned red. After taking a few deep breaths, the red color of his body began to fade slowly, and the dragon shadows flying around him became more and more detailed, like a real dragon. In a moment, Yang Chen's body completely returned to normal. The golden dragon shadow also turned into 8 dragon-shaped tattoos again and returned to Yang Chen's body, making Yang Chen's well-proportioned body look extremely hideous. It's over? The women were also surprised. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. But her husband actually resolved it in a few breaths. However, Yang Chen had done many shocking things, and it seemed that he didn't need this one more. The women were used to it, but they quickly accepted it without any doubt. Everyone thought that everything was over, but only Yang Chen knew that the 10 heavenly tribulations in his sea of consciousness, 1 golden immortal tribulation and 9 profound immortal tribulations were still raging wildly, and there was no sign of it ending. Even with Yang Chen's current spiritual sense cultivation of the 9th grade golden immortal, he couldn't completely resist a golden immortal tribulation. That was the heavenly tribulation that a peak golden immortal expert had to go through to become a zenith heaven golden immortal. Even if Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation had not reached that realm, it was extremely difficult for him to deal with it. The 9 profound immortal tribulations were fine, and it would not cause much harm in the sea of consciousness. The incomparably strong Lingxiao Palace in the sea of consciousness forcibly took all the profound immortal tribulations. After a while, the 9 profound immortal tribulations turned into the purest spiritual sense power and began to nourish Yang Chen's damaged sea of consciousness. Chapter 2040. What really damaged Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was a golden immortal tribulation. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen had personally crossed the normal Golden Immortal tribulation in his previous life and became a great principal Golden Immortal, he had some experience and could barely cope with it. Otherwise, his sea of consciousness would not have been able to support and turned into chaos. If it was just Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen could rely on the sturdiness of the soaring Heaven King Palace to support it. Although the Golden Immortal Tribulation was powerful, it was not enough to completely destroy the soaring Heaven King Palace. Each time, he could only attack a corner of the soaring Heaven King Palace, and then Yang Chen quickly used his spiritual awareness to repair it. That is, now that Yang Chen's 3 Purities secret art has reached the 6th realm, so he could use his spiritual awareness to repair such damage at any time and anywhere, barely reaching a balance between repair and destruction, so that the sea of consciousness would not collapse. Even in the previous realm, the repair was not so fast, and the consequence was that the sea of consciousness would eventually be destroyed. Even if the repair and destruction could reach a balance now, it was still very hard for Yang Chen to persist in the sea of consciousness. The biggest flaw was actually the virtual sea of consciousness built for Yanglan. Yang Chen didn't want to easily cut off the connection with Yanglan. He still wanted to use this line in the future, so he must protect this virtual sea of consciousness. There was never a day when Yang Chen would think that he had to spare no effort to save Yang Lan's life. According to the destructive power of the Golden Immortal Tribulation, as long as the virtual sea of consciousness was destroyed, then Yang Lan's sea of consciousness would be blasted into slag like the great principal Golden Immortal Master who chased after the body along the spiritual awareness connection. In order to keep this sea of consciousness, Yang Chen could only do his best to move the virtual sea of consciousness to the center of the soaring Heaven King Palace and let the soaring Heaven King Palace protect it, so that the virtual sea of consciousness would not be lost. If Yang Lan knew that the spiritual awareness seed he separated to control Yang Chen was lucky enough to live in the soaring Heaven King Palace, he didn't know what kind of honor it would be. Fortunately, Yang Chen finally found that the white bead in the middle of the roof of the soaring Heaven King Palace could slightly absorb the power of the Golden Immortal Tribulation every time he touched it, weakening the power of the Golden Immortal Tribulation. As long as he could persist through the most difficult period, he would eventually be able to suppress this Golden Immortal Tribulation. He just didn't know if the white bead would give him the purest divine sense after absorbing the Golden Immortal Tribulation, just like how it absorbed the divine sense of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Anyway, he had already planned to give the Zhao family manor to the profound Heaven sect. Yang Chen would not let go of this good opportunity to let Yang Lan know about it. The idea was very simple, just the words, Zhao Manor of the mortal world, Zhao Manor Manor. Yang Chen would Yang had Yang. Yang Yen would not want Yen Qi. The idea was very simple. It was the words Mortal Zhao Family Manor. He believed that the smart Yang Lan would be able to think of many things from these words. Yang Lan was really fooled. When he received Yang Chen's words of control, his mind immediately flashed the legend of the Zhao family manor built on the back of the black tortoise. This thing should be able to help outsiders enter the invisible barrier. The Zhao manor had fallen into the hands of Yang Chen. This was a fact that many people knew. Yang Lan quickly weighed it for a while. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, he immediately sent a controlling idea to Yang Chen, asking him to hand over the Zhao manor to the Xiantian sect. When it came to Yang Lan's most hated enemy, Yang Chen must be ranked second, and the first must be the Xiantian sect. If it wasn't for the Xiantian sect, he wouldn't have suffered so much, and his sister wouldn't have died in the Xiantian sect. If he were to take revenge in his lifetime, he would definitely destroy the Xiantian sect. If the Xiantian sect got the Zhao manor, they could enter the invisible barrier. At that time, the Xiantian sect would be the enemy that the Zhao family had to eradicate. Using the power of the Zhao family to destroy the Xiantian sect was Yang Lan's plan. And the Zhao manor was the bait to provoke a fight between the two sides as soon as possible. This thing was given to the Xiantian sect by Yang Chen so naturally Yang Qin had a share. When the Zhao family retaliated, Yang Qin wouldn't be able to escape. It was killing two birds with one stone. What Yang Lan didn't expect was that when he gave Yang Qin a controlling idea, the divine sense of the Dragon Clan master trembled slightly. Obviously, the other side also knew about it. However, he didn't know what the other side was thinking. There was no follow-up reaction at all. It seemed that they had acquiesced to Yang Lan doing this. They could stop it, but they didn't stop it. This was worth pondering. Yang Qin didn't delve too deeply into the divine sense of the Dragon Clan master. He quietly lay dormant again, waiting for the next opportunity. "Husband, are you okay?" Zhou Xianying saw that something was wrong with Yang Qin and asked worriedly. The other women were also shocked. It seemed that if Yang Qin didn't explain it to everyone quickly, maybe everyone would pounce on him. The strongest golden immortal tribulation is still a little troublesome. I can't refine it for a while. Yang Qin told the truth. It is estimated that in a short period of time, we can only maintain the current situation. We can't use force easily. This time, the heavenly tribulation was absolutely unexpected to everyone, even Yang Qin. Fortunately, Yang Qin didn't need to use his divine sense for a short time. As long as he was with everyone, he didn't have to worry about safety. While the women were a little relieved, they also began to think about where their husband was going to take them. Yang Qin didn't explain and just let them follow. The Zhao family manor had been given to the Earth Dragon by Yang Qin and was refined into the most basic Chunyang Palace refuge manor. If he wanted to use it now, he had to come back and refine it again to remove the aura of the Earth Dragon. However, this was not difficult for Yang Qin. The Zhao family manor was successfully taken out from the mouth of the Earth Dragon. After a few fiddling with Xiaotian, it became a magic weapon with a pure aura. Yang Qin didn't decorate it much. He took the Zhao family manor that had been repaired by the Earth Dragon and went straight to the profound heaven sect. This time, it was still a secret operation. The women were all in the Dragon Palace, and they didn't care where they were outside. Yang Qin was still alone. He secretly met Sect Master Li and the 36 Heavenly Dipper Masters near the profound heaven sect. The Heavenly Dipper Masters all owed Yang Qin a favor. After meeting, they were very affectionate, talking and laughing, and they didn't treat him as an outsider at all. What's the matter this time? When Sect Master Li met, he immediately went straight to the point. Their secret meeting time couldn't be too long, so he could only make a long story short. In addition, what happened to the tribulation in the Chunyang Palace a few days ago? This disciple suddenly remembered that this disciple still has a Zhao family manor in his hand, which was obtained from the Zhao family in the mortal world. Yang Qin directly took the Zhao family manor that had become unrecognizable with both hands and gave it to Sect Master Li. This disciple secretly tried it. This disciple can enter the invisible barrier, and it will not be blocked. Is there such a thing? Sect Master Li was like a treasure for a while. The Zhao family manor was made without the slightest aesthetic defect by the Earth Dragon. He only saw the most core part. Heaven is really helping me. Chapter 2041. For hundreds of years, the major sect had been at their wits' end about the invisible barrier, and they didn't even have the means to study it. If they used their divine sense to explore, it would be sucked dry in a few moments, so no one dared to use it easily. In a violent attack, the human immortal and earth immortal experts were useless at all. Hundreds of heaven immortal experts attacked with all their might, but the consequences were worse than using their divine sense to explore. After paying the lives of hundreds of disciples, the major sect basically didn't dare to touch the barrier easily. It had to be said that the ancestors of the Zhao family were really generous. No one knew what kind of energy they had spent to arrange a barrier that was tens of thousands of miles long. According to the estimates of the major sect, relying on the strength of their sect for thousands of years, they might not be able to arrange such a large array, and the protection was so abnormal. But in any case, the major sect was forcibly blocked outside the barrier, and they couldn't do anything to the Zhao family. They knew that the Zhao family must be recuperating and accumulating strength on the other side, but they couldn't do anything about it. The Zhao family manor that Yang Qin took out at this time was definitely a shot in the arm for Sect Master Li. As long as they had this secret weapon, the Xiantian sect would directly become the leader of the spiritual realm sect, not just within the scope of the Dao sect. Did you see what's inside? When Sect Master Li took it, he didn't forget to ask, "I'm ashamed, Master. I just took a peek and found a lot of monsters." Yang Qin put on a very embarrassed look and said, "I didn't dare to go deep. As long as you have this thing, it will be a great contribution." Sect Master Li certainly understood. Even now, Yang Qin was only in the Earth Immortal realm. It was unrealistic to let him enter the core area of countless Xian immortal experts. Yang Qin dared to try it with a magic weapon, which meant that he had grown hair on his head. This disciple also had a sudden idea. Originally, this Zhao family manor was used to refine the core cave of the sect. Yang Qin took the opportunity to explain and emphasize the importance of the Zhao family's manor to Chunyang Palace. "I didn't expect to get it by chance. I think it's the best way to use it, so I came here without stopping." Sect Master Li was very satisfied with Yang Qin's attitude. Thinking that he might be useful to the mysterious heaven sect, he immediately tore down the core cave of his own sect. Was there any doubt about his loyalty to the mysterious heaven sect? Other people were loyal, but they didn't have such thoughts. Isn't the gate of Chunyang Palace destroyed again? Sect Master Li was also kind and couldn't help but ask with concern. Chunyang Palace could be considered a subsidiary sect of the mysterious heaven sect, so it was not too much to be concerned. "I'm used to it." Yang Qin's rather helpless words sounded so funny in Sect Master Li's ears, and he couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry. When have you ever seen me mistreat you?" Sect Master Li patted Yang Qin's shoulder and said, "When you leave, bring 2 top-quality cave houses back to make the gate." Yang Qin hurriedly thanked him, but Sect Master Li didn't take it to heart. It was just 2 cave houses, which were nothing compared to Yang Qin's anxious thoughts. Even if Yang Qin didn't do anything, so what if he gave him 2 cave houses? By the way, what's going on with the strange heavenly tribulation in Chunyang Palace a few days ago? Sect Master Li solved a big problem in his heart, and he was in a good mood, so he began to pay attention to some other small things. Of course, the weird super heavenly tribulation was a small thing that could interest anyone. It's a friend of this disciple from the Dragon Clan. Yang Qin didn't even think about it and began to lie. Originally, this disciple's wives, concubines, and maids took turns to cross the tribulation in retreat for 300 years, but that friend from the Dragon Clan also wanted to join in the fun. So, needless to say, Sect Master Li also knew what Yang Qin was going to say. It was nothing more than a strange, heavenly tribulation caused by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had always been very mysterious in the mortal world and the spiritual world, and even there was no trace of the Dragon Clan in the mortal world. The spiritual world had only occasionally appeared in the spiritual world in the past 1,000 years, and most of them were related to Yang Qin. They were so mysterious, and ordinary cultivators naturally knew even less about the Dragon Clan. Even with the power of the Xiantian sect, their understanding of the Dragon Clan was limited to a very small range. It was already a big deal to know about the dragon in twining grass, and they really didn't know much more. No one knew what the situation was like when the masters of the Dragon Clan crossed the tribulation. But what everyone could be sure of was that one of Yang Qin's dragon friends was a master of the golden immortal level, and it was said that there were 9 mysterious immortal tribulations in the last tribulation. It must have something to do with that master of the golden immortal level. He was very interested in the Dragon Clan, so Sect Master Li asked more. How Yang Qin built a friendship with the Dragon Clan and how they dealt with each other later were all within the scope of his inquiry. Yang Qin didn't lie. He directly told him that shopkeeper Wang of the Blessing Gathering building had a seed of the dragon in twining grass in his hand. He established a relationship with the dragon clan because Yang Qin took the opportunity to heal the injured dragon. Yang Qin spoke very sincerely to Sect Masterly, and he didn't even hide the tracking method he secretly used on the dragon in twining grass. To put it bluntly, this matter was Yang Chen's betrayal. But Sect Master Li didn't comment on Yang Chen's approach. Not to mention that Yang Chen had successfully gained the friendship of the Dragon Clan, even if the operation failed. So what? The spiritual world had never been a peaceful place. If one wanted to live a well-behaved and honest life, he wouldn't have gotten to the point where Yang Chen was. I was wondering why the Blessing Gathering building would pack half of their property and give it to you. It turns out that there is such a reason. Sect Master Li smiled slightly and suddenly realized, planting a dragon in twining grass in exchange for half of the Blessing Gathering building. This business is worth it. It's good that Master doesn't blame me, Yang Qin said with a simple and honest smile. This matter is a bit unethical. The Dragon Clan is not something that anyone can covet. You can resist the temptation and save that dragon. This is your opportunity. Sect Master Li was non-committal. In the future, try to maintain a good relationship with the Dragon Clan. There is no harm. Yes, Master. Yang Qin agreed respectfully, and then he seemed to think of something and asked Sect Master Li, Master, do you have any good cave abodes? Disciple's wife, Gong Sunling, needs to integrate some cave abodes to increase its power. If the sect has it, Disciple is willing to exchange it with elixirs. There is a group of fairy immortal disciples who specialize in refining cave abodes. Sect Master Li was not afraid to tell Yang Qin, how many do you need to refine one with a radius of 1,000 miles in 100 years? What elixirs are you going to exchange for it? Yang Qin was very surprised. This was the first time that Sect Master Li didn't just give him a reward, but asked him to exchange with elixirs. Was there any other intention in this? Or was there something hidden in this matter? Chapter 2042. Master, please tell me. Yang Chen had an advantage. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't pretend to understand. And if he didn't understand, he wouldn't pretend to understand. He couldn't understand this matter, so he immediately asked Sect Master Li for instructions. 100-year pills, 1,000-year pills, how many do you have? Surprisingly, Sect Master Li, as the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, actually asked about this kind of medicinal pill that could increase one's power. There are more than 2,000 100-year pills and less than 1,000 1,000-year pills. Yang Chen replied honestly. In fact, this number had far exceeded the number Yang Chen had plundered on the demon continent. However, Sect Master Li didn't seem surprised at all, as if he knew that Yang Chen would have a lot of such medicinal pills in his hands. And it's not a small amount. When Sect Master Li heard this number, he didn't sigh and just nodded slightly. If Master needs it, this disciple will immediately offer it with both hands. Yang Qin didn't say anything and immediately expressed his loyalty. However, this disciple still strongly recommends that even if the masters of the sect have to take it, Master, you should not take it unless it's a last resort. This was obviously concern. As the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, Sect Master Li had a high position and was cunning. Of course, he could hear the meaning of Yang Chen's words. These medicinal pills have other uses. Sect Master Li said with a smile, but he didn't seem to have any intention of explaining to Yang Chen. Instead, he asked Yang Chen a question. You are also in charge of a sect. Let me ask you, if the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world is also destroyed like the Taishimen, what should your Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world do? This was a big topic, especially since Yang Chen didn't understand whether Sect Master Li had discovered something or had other plans. He couldn't answer it easily, at least he couldn't make Sect Master Li suspicious. If it's a disciple, I'm afraid I can only annex another sect. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. He was a little hesitant, but he did not conceal it and replied, although it is somewhat immoral, it is better to swallow other sects than to lose the heirs of your own sect. I knew you weren't an old-fashioned Taoist disciple. Sect Master Li pointed at Yang Chen and praised him with a smile. As expected, you are my valued disciple. Fortunately, you didn't disgrace me. This was the naked support for Yang Chen's law of the jungle. Although Yang Chen knew that the major sects pursued this set of rules, no one dared to say so blatantly. In front of Yang Chen, it was estimated that Sect Master Li also trusted him. But this is far from enough. Sect Yang Li Masters Lin's T Yang after Chen comma T after T whoopie say T Yang T say Chen T Yang T Yang T say T B. Even if everyone was convinced, they might not be convinced in their hearts. Sect Master Li said that it would take several generations of disciples, because the younger generation would slowly assimilate and accept after receiving such education from an early age. However, the first batch of people might not really be convinced. No matter how strong a master was, he couldn't change people's hearts. So even the sect master of the Xiantian sect couldn't solve this problem. It was just that Yang Chen still didn't understand what Sect Master Li's intention was. Annexing another sect is just a temporary measure. Sect Master Li was really giving advice to his disciple as a master, but it was not about cultivation, but about behavior. If you really want the Xiantian sect to continue, you have to let the Xiantian sect have its own ability to produce blood. Yang Chen closed his mouth and stared at Sect Master Li with bright eyes, greedily listening to the advice of this old fox. He wished he could immediately move all of Sect Master Li's thoughts into his own mind. This has to be divided into two aspects, a fundamental solution and a temporary solution. Sect Master Li looked at Yang Chen's serious attitude and said with a smile, "A temporary solution can give the Xiantian sect a chance to breathe, and then we can deal with the fundamental problem." "Master, please guide me." Yang Chen said this sincerely again. The Xiantian sect's plan for the sect was simply information given to Yang Chen. Moreover, it was information that no matter how smart a spy was, they wouldn't be able to find out. What about this temporary measure of expediency? It's right now. Sect Master Li didn't say it directly, but he first asked, "Last time, each of the 36 celestial dippers took 2 millennium pills. How long do you think it will take to eliminate the consequences?" "At least 500 years, Yang Chen said with certainty, suddenly relying on the millennium pill to increase their cultivation by 2,000 years, unless it was someone like him who had been reborn and had a state of mind at the level of a perfected golden immortal. It would be impossible to completely control it. The reason he said 500 years was because they were all Xian immortal experts, and they were not young either. They had seen a lot and experienced a lot. Even if it was Yang Chen, it would take at least 100 or 200 years to recuperate. The tyrannical tiger-wolf medicine seemed very good at the time, but it also had many side effects on the body. Then how are they now? As Sect Master Li said this, the 36 celestial dippers were smiling. Their duty had always been to protect the sect master, and they almost never left the sect master's cave. These people had all benefited greatly from Yang Chen during the battle of the Three River Alliance. Each of them had a complete set of combination pills and a millennium pill. At that time, the situation was urgent, and they had taken 2 millennium pills. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 500 years for them to recuperate. However, when Yang Chen looked at it now, no one appeared to be suffering from the backlash of the potency. Instead, all of them were calm and seemed to have made progress. It was really unbelievable. Yang Chen couldn't believe it, and he didn't care about being rude. He took the wrist of a celestial dipper master and began to check his pulse. Only Yang Chen, the celestial dipper master, laughed and let him do it. Their pulse was stable and normal. Their cultivation was refined, and there were no hidden injuries in their bodies. How was this possible? Yang Chen didn't believe it. He checked the pulse of 6 masters in a row, and all of them were the same. Only then did he stop in disbelief. "Master, please guide me." Yang Qin called out to Sect Master Li. These celestial dipper masters were equivalent to Sect Master Li's personal guards. They all knew about Yang Qin, so there was no need to avoid it. Although there are no longer any disciples ascending in the mortal world, our mysterious heaven sect can still increase a few disciples every year. Sect Master Li finally began to explain to Yang Qin. Although you are known to be well-read, there are some things that are not recorded in any book at all. It is normal for you not to know. After the cultivators of the spiritual world reach the heaven immortal level, their descendants will directly have the cultivation of the human immortal level. Sect Master Li said very seriously, unlike the Aborigines who only have this realm but have not experienced the heavenly tribulation, they directly have the cultivation of the human immortal level after transcending the tribulation. Chapter 2043. This time, Yang Chen was really a little stunned. He never thought that the mysterious heaven sect would have such a way to deal with the crisis in front of them. If a heaven immortal gave birth to a child, he would directly reach the level of a human immortal disciple. Then what about a Xian immortal? Yang Qin had never heard of this method before. Cultivators rarely gave birth to children because most people were immersed in cultivation and few people liked to be burdened by their families. People in small sect rarely gave birth to children unless they felt that there was no hope for cultivation. Only then would they put their hopes on the next generation. However, could such a hopeless cultivator cultivate to the heaven immortal level? Forgive this disciple for being rude. Yang Qin didn't fully understand the relationship between giving birth to children and eliminating hidden dangers for Heaven Star Border experts. This was a rare opportunity, so he had to ask clearly, what does this have to do with the health of the ancestors? Ha 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 ha. A group of people laughed, and scrupulously. The laughter made Yang Qin a little confused. Was there something on his body that made him look bad? After laughing, Sect Master Li pointed at Yang Qin and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just said to the great elder next to him, "Elder Li, tell him." "Kid." Elder Li was not polite at all. He walked forward and patted Yang Qin's shoulder. "I heard that your wife and concubine have a unique skill. One of your wives is very good at brewing wine. Take out the wine your wife brewed and show your filial piety. This old man can't teach you for nothing, right?" He called Yang Qin's wife Kid, but his words were affectionate. Obviously, he didn't treat Yang Qin as an outsider. "This kid is impolite." Yang Qin hurriedly apologized and obediently took out a lot of wine and sent it. Sect Master Li personally poured it and handed it over with both hands, showing great respect. These Heaven Star Border experts didn't stand on ceremony even in front of the sect master. They all gulped down the wine and were very forthright. After Old Man Li drank a mouthful of wine, he laughed and belched. The wine given by this junior's family is truly delicious." All the Heavenly Dipper elders nodded in agreement. "We cultivators wholeheartedly pursue the immortal Tao." Old Man Li finally opened his mouth to explain to Yang Qin. "But once you give birth, your mind will be distracted and your vitality will be damaged, which is detrimental to your cultivation. Therefore, most cultivators will not choose to have children." Yang Qin nodded in agreement. That was what most cultivators thought. Therefore, there might be cultivators in the mortal world who were willing to give birth. But after struggling to reach the spirit realm, very few would be willing to do such a thankless thing. The children of human immortals and earth immortals are the most strenuous and unrewarding in the spiritual realm. At most, they only have the strength of the mortal world's Mahayana stage. However, there is no heavenly tribulation, so they can only become natives. Elder Li explained. In fact, many of the current natives are descendants of cultivators from many years ago. This was something Yang Qin didn't know before, so he listened with great interest. When they reach the heaven immortal level, Their children will have the strength of a human immortal. Elder Li took a big gulp of wine as he spoke. To put it bluntly, the children will be 2 realms lower than their parents. However, the higher the parents' cultivation, the higher the children's cultivation will be. But, after explaining the basic situation, Elder Li changed the topic. Giving birth will damage one's vitality, and so will the parents. According to my calculations, those with good qualifications will probably need more than 1,000 years, and those with poor qualifications will need to spend 2,000 years to make up for the lost vitality. This time, Yang Chen understood everything. The reason why the Big Dipper elders seemed to be fine now was because the side effects of their skyrocketing cultivation were all because of the great damage they suffered after giving birth, allowing their bodies to reach a balance again. And because of this, the Black Heaven sect had more than 30 Earth Immortal level experts who were close to the Heaven Immortal level. After decades of training, they would definitely be able to hold their own. Speaking of which, the Zhao family also knew this, so the experts that Yang Chen had met from the Zhao family, whether it was Yang Jisheng of the 5 Elements sect or Hall Master Zhu of the Black Heaven sect, all had children. On one hand, it would allow the Zhao family to have more manpower, and on the other hand, they could use this opportunity to stay in the spiritual realm for many years to make arrangements. The expedient plan that Elder Li mentioned was to let the experts have children to replenish their strength. This was also why he asked for the 100-year pills and 1,000-year pills. With so many 100-year pills and 1,000-year pills, at least 1,000 or 2,000 mystic immortal experts could have a child close to the Heaven Immortal level, greatly increasing the sect's strength. This was the first time Yang Chen had come into contact with this. He never thought that even if he destroyed the Taishaman in the mortal world, there would be such a way. However, Yang Chen was also very clear that this was just an expedient plan. Just relying on the experts to have children would be a waste of experts' time. The spiritual realm could be replenished, but there weren't many in the immortal realm. Therefore, he definitely needed to find a way to cure the root cause. There is also a way to cure the root cause. Next to him, Sect Master Li opened his mouth while tasting the wine. This was brewed by the wife of his disciple. In terms of seniority, this was a gift from his wife to her father-in-law. Tasting it for the first time, of course, it was very delicious. Last time, the immortal realm sent an expert to the mortal realm. But unfortunately, there was a problem. After years of careful preparation, another one was sent. These were the secrets of the Xiantian sect. But Sect Master Li did not hide anything and directly told Yang Chen. It is said that this time it was very successful. I believe that there will soon be a sect in the mortal world that will slowly develop. At that time, together with Chunyang Palace, our Xiantian sect will still be the #1 sect in the world. Rebuild the Taishaman in the mortal world? Yang Chen's face was full of surprise, and it was definitely not an act, but it immediately changed to worry. If we call it the Taishaman, we will definitely be attacked by everyone. But if we call it another sect, this reputation, what does it matter? Sect Master, Li snorted coldly. In the past, our mortal world sect was not called the Xiantian sect, but the Taishaman. This is not the first time that a sect has been exterminated. In the future, there may be another sect that will become the mortal world sect of our Xiantian sect. The name is not a problem. At this time, Yang Chen knew why the mortal world was called the Taishaman and not the Xiantian sect. It turned out that there had been a massacre in the past. So that was how it was. However, according to this Xiantian sect was indeed amazing. After being exterminated once, it could still develop into the #1 sect. It really had some means. No wonder the Xiantian sect could control the heavenly court in the immortal realm. Just this kind of courage was not comparable to that of other sects. In this case, this disciple is willing to offer all the millennium pills and 100-year pills. Yang Chen was a smart person. After hearing this, he immediately expressed his loyalty without saying anything. Didn't you want the millennium pills and 100-year pills? Give. No money. Chapter 2044. I knew you were loyal. Elder Li patted Yang Chen's shoulder with admiration and walked to the back. Our mysterious heaven sect will reward meritorious deeds and punish mistakes. Sect Master Li was at the front and said with a smile, "You just offered the Zhao family manor and the 1,000-year pill. Didn't you want a cave abode? 1,000-year pill for a 1,000-mile cave abode. The other 100-year pill and the Zhao family manor will be exchanged for 1,000 1,000-mile cave abodes. Is that enough?" Disciple thanks Master. Yang Qin immediately thanked him. In an instant, the mysterious heaven sect took out more than 2,000 1,000-mile cave abodes. Although they were all small cave abodes for Gong Sunling, mosquitoes were also meat. It would be a waste not to take them. Moreover, with so many cave abodes, each one would take at least 100 years of mysterious heaven sect disciples' time. As the group of people laughed, the Zhao family manor was transferred from the hands of sect Master Li to Elder Li to test and send experts in. These Xian Immortal Grand Elders had to send people. However, as soon as they got to the Zhao family manor and saw the shoddy appearance of the Zhao family manor, Elder Li couldn't help but frown. Who refined this later? What a waste! Disciple learned the Zhao family's mortal methods and let a Xian immortal demonic beast swallow the cave abode so that it could move at any time. Yang Qin smiled and said helplessly, "When I let him refine it, that guy's skills weren't good. Grand Elder, please forgive him. Send it into the stomach of an expert." Elder Li was stunned and then nodded. "And that's also a way." He looked down at the Zhao family manor again and asked, "Is the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace like this? How many people can it hold? If we squeeze a little, it can barely fit the entire sect." Yang Qin smiled bitterly. Of course, this was just for show. The real core mountain gate was the one left by the South Pole Immortal Cicadier. Not only could Chunyang Palace fit 100 times more people, but it could also accommodate them for cultivation. "I received your great kindness last time and always felt embarrassed that I didn't have a gift to thank you." Old Li put away the Zhao family manor and said with a smile, "I originally felt that it was not appropriate for the pure Yang Palace to be destroyed several times. So in the past few hundred years, we old guys have taken advantage of the leisure time of the children's education to refine a bigger Immortal's Cave for you and take it back to the mountain gate." With that said, a small and exquisite bonsai escaped and was about to be handed to Yang Qin, but the moment Yang Qin stretched out his hand, he retracted it, making Yang Chen's hand stretched out in the air. Sect Master Li, who was next to him, didn't expect Elder Li to do this. He looked at this side inexplicably. Elder Li didn't that he would do this. "Li Chun that he that chin," I said he. Family mu. That Chun, the mountain gate, Elder and Chin, sect Li mu. The Li, the family, the sect master. Family master, the relationship between the sect master's great elder and the sect master's personal disciple was very close. When they left, Yang Qin had lost a bunch of century-old pills and 1,000-year pills, but more than 2,000 small cave abodes and one big cave abode. When the Heavenly Dipper elders refined this cave abode, firstly, it was to repay Yang Chen's favor, and secondly, it was to consume their skyrocketing cultivation. Therefore, they were extremely meticulous and almost did not care about the loss. The area of the cave abode alone was more than 100,000 miles. During the refining, not only the 36 of them, but also their relatives and friends also helped out in their spare time. In short, the number of masters dispatched was definitely the highest in 10,000 years. An ordinary heaven immortal master could refine a 1,000-mile cave abode in 100 years. It was obvious what kind of good things were refined by 36 Heavenly Dipper elders and more profound immortal masters after 200 years. 3 heaven immortal level spirit veins were directly collected inside, and many kinds of demon beasts were also secretly released in the vast territory. The disciples of Chunyang Palace could train as long as they were inside, and they didn't need to go out at all. Unless they were top masters, they would need stronger opponents. This big gift was definitely not light, Even Yang Qin began to be tempted. In the end, should he let Gong Sunling collect the refining fusion, or give it to the Earth Dragon to let him refine it into the mountain gate of the pure Yang Palace? After hesitating for a while, Yang Qin decided to leave it to Chunyang Palace. After all, it was something with a history. Yang Qin didn't need to explain it to these guys when they had nothing to do one day and wanted to come in to have a look. However, more than 2,000 thousand-mile cave abodes could also make a small supplement to the mountain river geographical map. It was really worth it to pay a mere 1,000-year pill. The Mysterious Heavens sect took these pills to strengthen the sect. The stronger the Mysterious Heavens sect was, the harder the blow to the Zhao family would be. On the other hand, the revenge of the Zhao family's masters would also be more ruthless. Yang Chan wished that the two families could fight now and both sides would suffer. At the same time, the experience of the Mysterious Heavens sect also gave Yang Qin a wake-up call. If he wanted to supplement the mountain river geographical map, he didn't need those large, high-grade cave abodes. This kind of ordinary cave abodes could be bought in the market. As long as there were enough of them, they would have the same effect. As for paying the things that could be bought with spirit stones for the current Yang Qin, there was no cost. He could casually exchange some good things for a large number of spirit stones. It was also because of this that Yang Chen thought of two other extremely famous magic treasures in the future. One was a cave abode that was almost comparable to the Dragon Palace, and the other was a super powerful immortal sword that was famous in the immortal world. These two magic treasures were said to have appeared in the market. The cave abode and the immortal sword were covered up by an expert using ingenious methods. They looked ordinary on the outside, and there was nothing special about them. For some unknown reason, he slowly drifted into the marketplace. Ordinary sellers had eyes but failed to see. They didn't treat the treasures as treasures and only sold them as ordinary things. Even the buyers didn't know the true value. These two super magic treasures only revealed their true faces when they were in use. The cave abode was still good. It had always been kept by the cultivator and became famous in the immortal world. As soon as the immortal sword appeared, it was fought over by countless cultivators, causing a bloody storm. More than 10,000 people died in the fight for the immortal sword. It wasn't the time for these two magic treasures to appear in the world, but both magic treasures had a characteristic. It was said that they had been on the shelves for thousands of years without anyone asking for them. Calculating the time, these two things should have appeared on the shelves where they should have appeared. It was just that Yang Chen wasn't completely sure that after experiencing the demonic tribulation that was different from his previous life, the same goods would appear in the same shops. This matter wasn't something that Yang Chen could decide. If he wanted to know the answer, it seemed that there was only one way. That was, Yang Chen had to personally go to the place where these two magic treasures had appeared and look for them himself. He could also take the opportunity to buy a large number of small cave abodes and put them in the mountain river geographical map. This would also make his third primordial spirit live better. Chapter 2045. Before coming here, Yang Chen's family had temporarily separated. The women had not returned to their respective sect for more than 300 years, so they had to go back and give an explanation to the sect. On the one hand, they had to report their cultivation gains to their respective masters, and on the other hand, they had to contact the other people in the sect. Cultivation was not about cutting off one's emotions, but there were still some relationships that needed to be taken into account. It just so happened that Yang Chen's visit to the Mysterious Heavens sect couldn't be known by others, so everyone separated and gathered at the Sunset Rock a year later. No matter how long a husband and wife had been together, they still needed some independent time and space. This was the way of family harmony. Until now, Tao Junkie didn't know that Yang Qin and she were already nominally senior brother and junior sister. Tao Junkie sometimes worried about the relationship between the sect and her husband. The Mysterious Heavens sect's overbearing way of doing things always made the cultivators of the other sect feel disgusted. Tao Junkie was well aware of this. Fortunately, so far, Tao Junkie and Yang Qin didn't have any fundamental conflicts, and the couple got along normally, which made Tao Junkie feel a little more at ease. However, after returning to the sect, she became more careful with her words and actions. She was afraid that she would accidentally say something wrong and cause the sect to covet Yang Qin. For no other reason, Yang Qin had too many good things around him. Any cultivator would be tempted. Along the way, when Yang Qin passed by various markets, he would plunder a lot of things. He had almost unlimited spirit stones. As long as something was priced with spirit stones, whether it was medicinal herbs or magic treasures, as long as Yang Qin liked it, he would buy it. In particular, the space magic weapons of the Immortal's cave and medicine garden were basically swept away when Yang Qin went to other people's shops. The news had not yet spread, but there were already some rumors in the markets where Yang Qin had swept through. Everyone was guessing if the price of magic treasures was going to increase, or was there some secret hidden inside? By the time Yang Qin arrived at the Wanbo Tower, all the shops had begun to study the space-type magic weapons in their shops. They were all wondering what secrets there were in them that could make the world-famous Master Yang sweep them up like this. Yang Qin, you have to reveal a little bit of the reason. Elder Wu Xiong received Yang Qin at the main office of the Wanbao Tower. As the two of them were enjoying tea, Wu Xiong said with a smile, "Otherwise, it would not be so easy for you to buy another space-type magic treasure. Everyone is starting to be reluctant to sell it. Even if they want to buy it, they will raise the price, and you will lose more than you gain." Oh! Yang Chen was now a master of alchemy, but in terms of business, he admitted that he was not even as good as Elder Wu Xiong or Sheng Guanfeng. He accepted Elder Wu Xiong's opinion very modestly and explained to Elder Wu Xiong with a smile, "In fact, it's nothing. It's just that Ah Ling's life-bonded magic treasure has recently reached a critical moment. It needs to integrate some caves and medicine gardens to stabilize the space and enhance its power. There is no other purpose." Wu Xiong was very familiar with the women around Yang Qin. When he heard Yang Chen's words, he thought that Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was also a space-type magic treasure, and he immediately understood a lot. Pointing to Yang Qin, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "But you don't have to sweep all the shops along the way like this. It has caused everyone to speculate for no reason." After that, he didn't get up. He directly used his divine thought to transmit the reason why Yang Qin bought the space-type magic treasure to the shopkeeper of the Wanbao Tower. This news must be released immediately, so that Yang Chen would not have difficulties in purchasing space-type magic treasures in the future. Elder Wu, Wanbao Tower can also purchase some from the outside. It can be exchanged with spirit stones or magic treasures. Yang Chen's heart moved. When would he buy it? He was really stupid. It was better to let Wanbao Tower sell it quickly and cheaply, and it would not arouse other suspicions. It was a business. Was it worth making a fuss about buying a commodity? "I have already given the order." Elder Wu Xiong had long thought about it before Yang Qin. Otherwise, he would not be able to control Wanbao Tower. The news must be sent out as soon as possible. Even the news that Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was also a space-type magic treasure must be spread. It was very important not to arouse people's imagination. All the women went back to their respective sect to handle some affairs. There was still some time before they came over. While waiting for the women, Yang Chen lived in Sunset Rock. He practiced as usual every day and wandered around various shops in his spare time. In the shops of Sunset Rock, there was no one who didn't know Yang Qin, Master Yang. No matter which shop Yang Qin went to, the person with the highest status in the shop immediately came out to greet him. Whatever he wanted to see was directly sent to Yang Qin. They couldn't be more attentive. Not to mention that Sunset Rock was the territory of Chunyang Palace. Just the favor Yang Qin had given during the Devil Tribulation was enough for these shops to receive him grandly. Not to mention Yang Chen's achievements in alchemy. Many people wanted to ask for pills. At this time, Yang Chen came to their door. If they didn't hurry to leave a good impression on Master Yang, when would they? Wanbao Tower had the function of collecting intelligence in secret. Similarly, it was also good at spreading news. On the second day after Yang Chen came to Sunset Rock, all the shops in Sunset Rock knew Yang Chen's intention to buy space-type magic weapons. Knowing that Yang Chen used space-type magic weapons to please beautiful women, everyone was happy to play along. They packed all kinds of space-type magic weapons in their shops and sent them to Yang Chen. If Yang Chen was willing to buy it with spirit stones, he could also exchange it with elixirs. All the shops would definitely be happy with the latter. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was determined to use spirit stones this time and didn't give anyone a chance. However, it was already very happy to make Master Yang happy. As for business, it had to be long-term. Whether it was relationships or favors, they had to be built slowly. These shops were even better at this. Anyway, everyone was a cultivator and they had plenty of time. There was still a long way to go. None of these places had the cave residence that Yang Chen wanted to buy. Speaking of which, Yang Chen also didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the senior who refined that super immortal cave. It was obviously a super immortal cave magic weapon, but he took great pains to disguise it as a small immortal cave that was neither too big nor too small, and the price was not too big or too small. It was placed on the shelf for thousands of years without anyone asking about it. He didn't know what kind of bad taste it had. One had to know that the effort of disguising it was no less than refining a high-level immortal cave. Disguising an immortal cave with a radius of more than hundreds of thousands of miles, with countless spiritual veins, various resources, and countless monstrous beasts, into a small immortal cave with a radius of no more than 10 miles. Even if a master left a spiritual consciousness imprint on it, or even refined it, they would not be able to find it. The difficulty was indeed not ordinary. Yang Chen couldn't understand the thoughts of that senior. Perhaps it was to avoid disaster, but the time spent on disguising it would take at least decades or even hundreds of years. With the time it took to refine it, it was not known how far away the immortal cave would have been. No matter how strong the enemy was, there was no way for them to catch up. In the end, Yang Chen could only interpret this as the bad taste of that senior. Chapter 2046. When the girls gathered a year later, Yang Chen already had tens of thousands of small cave abodes and herb gardens. There were also hundreds of large ones that were tens of thousands of li in size. Unfortunately, no matter how big they basically wouldn't appear in the shops. They were all used by the sect as a mountain gate or a trump card. Basically, they wouldn't be sold for pitiful spirit stones. Even so, Gong Sunling was a little overjoyed. In fact, she also heard about what Yang Chen had done during this period of time. Her husband had done so much for her and taken so many risks. Gong Sunling felt that she couldn't repay her husband's care for her. Moreover, all of this was for Gong Sunling, which would inevitably make the other girls a little jealous. Although the others wouldn't say a word about this, Gong Sunling understood that this wasn't the way to achieve harmony in the big family. Therefore, during the meeting, Gong Sunling's attitude was very humble. She personally prepared all kinds of delicious food for the sisters in order to make them happy. You don't have to think that I'm biased towards Ah Ling, of course. Yang Chen understood Gong Sunling's thoughts. Therefore, when the girls gathered, Yang Chen also wanted to untie the knot in the hearts of the girls. Believe me, this isn't for Ah Ling alone. This is for our family. This is an unprecedented initiative. Even if it fails, it's to prepare a way out for our family. The girls didn't have any thoughts of jealousy. It was just that Gong Sunling felt embarrassed. Now that Yang Chen had explained it so clearly, who would still have a grudge? They were already as good as sisters. This time, they were even more harmonious. This time we'll go west. Yang Chen didn't directly say his destination. He just said a direction. I haven't walked around the spiritual realm for a long time. Let's walk around more. When we come across a market, see if there's anything we like. The girls all agreed. Even if they had become immortals, Female cultivators were still female cultivators. Their favorite thing to do was to walk around the market. In any case, everyone was just having fun and following their husband to buy some things. They could just take it as a vacation in the spiritual realm and live the lives of ordinary cultivators. The Immortal's cave and the medicine garden in Yang Chen's hands, except for the pure bottle medicine garden, were all thrown into the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen had already checked all the Immortal caves and herb gardens, but there was nothing he wanted. These could be absorbed and fused by the mountain river geographical map, which was of great help. In fact, Yang Chen also intended to integrate the pure bottle medicine garden into the mountain river geographical map, because the pure bottle medicine garden had been integrated with a dragon clan gourd which could hold any liquid. It was originally a magic treasure of the dragon clan. If it was integrated into the mountain river geographical map, it would increase the foundation of the mountain river geographical map. But for the time being, Yang Chen had not discussed it with Azhu and Abai. Before the two of them agreed, Yang Chen would not make a move. Secondly, the pure bottle medicine garden collected a large number of fine medicinal materials, which were of great use to Yang Chen for the time being. Once it was integrated, as long as Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were separated, alchemy would not be so convenient, so Yang Chen did not plan to integrate the pure bottle medicine garden immediately. The small Immortal's cave in his hand began to be integrated as soon as it entered the mountain river geographical map. Not to mention the more than 2 million cultivators in the mountain river geographical map. There were suddenly 3 more dragon spirits, at least 2 of which began to work, coupled with Yang Chen's 3rd primordial spirit. The mountain river geographical map was extremely fast in refining the space. 1,000 miles Immortal's cave in just a few hours was like a snowman melting under the sun, quietly integrated into the mountain river geographical map. Don't look at each of them only having 1,000 miles, but tens of thousands of them added up. It was by no means a small number. What's more, there were hundreds of large Immortal's caves with a radius of 10,000 miles, which was directly equivalent to adding several super Immortal's caves. Among the women, the most surprising one now was Shi Wushuang. When it came to defense, perhaps Gong Sunling ranked first. When it came to combat effectiveness, then it was definitely Shi Shanshan, who could kill in one blow. When it came to pets, there was no doubt that it was the Morong sisters. But when it came to the degree of tenacity in battle, it was Shi Wushuang. It was definitely an unexpected surprise to share life with the 24 Penglai divine wood monsters. In the past, whether it was Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue, or the old tree demon, they had refined the Penglai divine wood, but they had no opportunity to establish a connection with the Penglai divine wood monsters. That was the Penglai divine wood that Yang Chen gave Shi Wushuang had been living with the 24 Penglai divine wood monsters. Their roots were connected, and then it was refined by Shi Wushuang into a life source magic weapon, which was why there was such a miracle. This was also good. At least Shi Wushuang's safety was greatly increased. Even if she went out alone, Yang Chen could feel a lot more at ease. On the way, the women were basically sightseeing. Everyone relaxed, the speed was not fast, and the play was very pleasant, especially after seeing the beautiful mountains and rivers. Everyone would go to the market along the way to buy, which let the women satisfy their shopping addiction. Don't look at just such a little secular enjoyment. There were signs of a small breakthrough for the women's state of mind. They could buy whatever they were interested in, and in this regard, Yang Chen provided an unlimited supply of spirit stones. Even if they couldn't buy it with spirit stones, Yang Chen could exchange it with medicinal pills. In short, this time they came out to make the women happy. What was a trivial property? In addition to the things that the women were interested in, the rest was the space-tight magic weapon. The Immortal's cave and the medicine garden were almost as many as there were. The various shops basically heard the purpose of Yang Chen wanting these space-tight magic weapons, and they were very happy to give them. Only occasionally would they exchange some large Immortal's cave for 1 or 2 medicinal pills of Yang Chen. When Yang Chen agreed, they would solemnly put away the medicinal pills as if they were treasures, for fear of damaging them. Along the way, Yang Chen's family stopped at a special market. Of course, special was only for Yang Chen. It was very ordinary for others. It was just a small market, surrounded by a few small and medium-sized sect, and the only slightly larger sect was just a first-class sect. The area was not large, only a dozen shops, but there were a lot of customers. People came and went. It looked very lively. The women dispersed and divided into several small groups to go shopping. Yang Chen slowly walked into the most inconspicuous small shop. This shop looked very small from the outside, and the sign above was still very new. It should be newly opened. Seeing that there were guests coming in, the shopkeeper inside smiled and got up to greet them. There was not even a shop assistant. It was really a bit shabby. Yang Chen just glanced at it, and he knew in his heart that this small shop called Shabby Pavilion was probably the one he had been looking for. Chapter 2047. The name of this store was very interesting. For fear that others wouldn't know that he sold cheap goods, he directly named it Shabby Pavilion. The women saw this store at first, but when they saw the name of the store, they didn't want to go in. Most of the cultivators had the same thought. First, they felt that the name was not good, and second, they didn't think that there was anything good in the name. It was estimated that only those who were a little poor would come in to choose. The goods inside were just like the name of the store. They looked inconspicuous, and most of them were cheap and second-hand goods. At a glance, there weren't many things that could make people's eyes light up. Yang Chen didn't care about this. With a smile on his face, after greeting the shopkeeper, he sat down at the big square table that the shopkeeper showed him. The shopkeeper didn't speak much, but he was very attentive and hurriedly served the fragrant tea. But the tea didn't seem to be of high quality, not to mention the tea foam. The fragrance was not very strong. However, Yang Chen didn't seem to mind at all, and directly picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then he put down the teacup and said to the shopkeeper, "I happen to pass by. I want to buy some space-type magic weapons. I don't know if the shopkeeper has any suitable goods here." The shopkeeper seemed to be a house cultivator who didn't care much about the situation outside. When Yang Chen came in, he was holding a jade slip and slowly reading it. Only when there was a guest that he greeted. When he heard Yang Chen say that he wanted to buy a space-type magic weapon, he nodded and directly turned around to search the shelves, and after a while he came back with more than a dozen magic weapons. There aren't many space-type magic weapons, but the price is not cheap. Finally, the shopkeeper said a rare sentence, and then sat opposite to Yang Chen and watched him choose. "Isn't your store called Shabby Pavilion? Why is it so expensive?" Yang Chen picked up a piece and looked at it. It was a medicine garden with a radius of 100 miles. The thing was not very big, but the spiritual qi inside was very rich. It was a bit stronger than the average medicine garden, but the price was not ordinary. According to this price, at least 3 higher-grade magic weapons could be bought in ordinary shops. Shabby Pavilion. Coming in once, going out will be shabby. The shopkeeper didn't get angry because of Yang Chen's words. On the contrary, he seemed to be very happy to answer this question. With a smile on his face, he said, "This is the meaning of Shabby Pavilion. Don't misunderstand." Yang Chen was dumbfounded. So this was the meaning of the name. He had guessed wrong. But then again, this thing really didn't match the price. Take this herb garden as an example. According to normal business, this herb garden would be at least 3 times more expensive than the price. If all the goods here were priced like this, then Yang Chen could understand why the super immortal's cave in his previous life could be placed here for thousands of years without anyone asking about it. The spirit stones of cultivators didn't grow on trees. If they could buy good things at a low price in other places, why would they come here and become poor? Most cultivators who came in and saw this kind of tea foam service, then saw this kind of quality and this kind of price, most of them would turn around and leave without saying anything. The small portion that was left behind was probably very cultured. Sitting with them for a while was probably their limit. As for buying things, no matter how rich the cultivators were, they wouldn't be willing to be spendthrift, right? "Shopkeeper, how long does it take for your Shabby Pavilion to sell a magic treasure?" Yang Chen casually put down the herb garden in his hand and picked up another cave mansion. He asked casually as he explored it, "Do you know who you are?" Hearing the hidden meaning in Yang Chen's words, the shopkeeper couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He said heavily, "If you don't know what's good, then don't buy it. I think I'm selling it too cheaply." Although his words were harsh, Yang Chen could hear the lack of confidence in his voice. He couldn't help but laugh. The shopkeeper probably understood what Yang Chen was laughing about. He knew his own business, but he couldn't refute it. He could only mutter, "Of course, it still depends on your luck. If your luck is bad, you can't blame others." "Why do you say that?" Yang Chen asked curiously, selling at such a ridiculous price. Yet the store didn't go bankrupt. Obviously, there were still people who bought it. He just didn't know why. Among the magic treasures in this store, there are a few that are different. The shopkeeper probably said this to the customers many times. He was very familiar with it. If the esteemed customer can find it, then it will be priced according to the normal price. But if the esteemed customer doesn't know what's good, then don't blame the store for earning spirit stones. There was such a saying? Yang Chen was surprised, but he quickly understood. Everyone had a gambling habit. Even cultivators were no exception. Moreover, no one wanted others to say that they didn't know what was good. After entering this store and being said by the shopkeeper, even if they didn't want to buy it, they had to buy it. Don't look at the store. The name was not good. Even the shopkeeper was not good. However, the way they sold things simply captured people's hearts. In particular, Yang Chen saw that the better the things were, the higher the price. Although it was normal for good things to be sold at a higher price. However, this shabby pavilion was obviously not the case. The better the things were, the more outrageous the price. According to Yang Chen's own estimation, the price of the things was 4 to 5 times or even 10 times higher. Some of the lower-level things were obviously not good. However, the probability of a super good thing appearing in a magic treasure was even higher. In order to save face and reduce their losses, those buyers who insisted that they knew what was good had to spend more spirit stones to prove themselves. Good business. Yang Chen put the second small immortal cave aside. He put it together with the medicine garden that he had just seen. Then he picked up the third immortal cave. As soon as he got his hands on it, Yang Chen's heart moved. This immortal cave was very small. It was only 10 miles in radius. It was just a slightly bigger manor. This kind of immortal cave was actually the most chicken ribs. In general, those who were really poor would either not be able to afford an immortal cave, or they would use a simple courtyard of 1 or 2 acres, which could shelter them from the wind and rain. Those who really had a little bit of wealth would definitely have an immortal cave that was thousands of miles long. It was best to have a spiritual vein inside. However, this 10 miles long immortal cave was not big or small. There was no spiritual vein inside. It was just an ordinary manor. In addition to being able to take it with him, there was almost no other meaning to it. How many spirit stones would it cost to casually find a place to build a 10 miles long manor? It was not worth it to spend tens of thousands of times the price to buy such a manor that could be taken with him. Just how much of a fool would he buy it? Carefully exploring with his spiritual consciousness, Yang Chen did not find any abnormalities. It was just an ordinary 10 miles long manor. If it were not for this immortal cave being very similar to the one in the legend, Yang Chen would have thought that this was the most ordinary manor. Chapter 2048. Good things must not be missed. Yang Chen's interest was piqued. He put this thing aside and continued to look at the other immortal cave magic treasures. In any case, he knew that there was something fishy. The shopkeeper also admitted that there might be a few good things inside. He might as well buy them and slowly decipher them. To Yang Chen's surprise, there was more than one such immortal cave manor. Yang Chen looked at 3 in a row, all of which had the same specifications. Except for the different layout of the manor, everything else was basically the same. Even the price was about the same. With this, Yang Chen had 4 small immortal caves that met the requirements. The rest were either big immortal caves or herbal gardens. There were more than a dozen of them. Although the number was not much, the price added up was very outrageous. Just these dozen herbal gardens and immortal caves added together would cost hundreds of gene of top-grade spirit stones. A few hundred kilograms of top-grade spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for Yongchen. Yongchen didn't care. He gathered all the magic weapons of the immortal's cave that he had seen to his side. He said very heroically, "I want all of these. Are there any space magic weapons?" The shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion thought that Yongchen, who seemed to be an earthly immortal, would at most take one. He did not expect that Yongchen would not even bargain and take all of them. The shopkeeper was shocked. A business with hundreds of gene of top-grade spirit stones was a big business, no matter where it was. When he thought that such a big business could be done in just a few moments, the shopkeeper could not help but feel excited. This was a big customer. He could not be neglected. "Dare I ask, is it Grandmaster Yang?" Hearing that Yongchen wanted all the spatial magic treasures, and even more, the shopkeeper was not an ignorant person. He immediately thought of the most popular spatial magic treasure buyer in the business world, Yongchen. At the same time, the shopkeeper also wanted to slap himself in the face. From the beginning, when Yongchen asked him to take out all the space magic weapons, he should have thought of it. If he knew that it was Grandmaster Yang who was an alchemist, the price would have been raised by at least 50%. Grandmaster Yang was a rare rich man. Why would he care about hundreds of gene of top-grade spirit stones? That's right. Yongchen nodded. His identity was not a secret, and no one in the marketplace would use force. It did not matter if he told the shopkeeper. "Since it's Grandmaster Yang, I still have a few trump cards. I'll bring them to you right away." The smile on the shopkeeper's face became even more obvious. He quickly turned around and came out with a few more items. The shopkeeper, who was walking over, had a look of reluctance on his face. Of course, it wasn't because he was reluctant to sell his goods, but because the time was too short and the quality of the goods was almost the same. He didn't have enough time to change the price to a higher one. Just like before, Yongchen checked them one by one, then nodded and said, "I want all of these. Let's settle the bill." There were few of them that were obviously of higher quality. Of course, their prices were also quite good. At the very least, ordinary cultivators would definitely feel their hearts bleed if they saw these black-hearted prices. The funny thing was that there were also 210 Li manors with similar prices. It was not easy for the shopkeeper to raise the price. Because of this, it was difficult for the shopkeeper to raise the price. The onlookers were the enemies of the merchants. The cultivators were doing business for a long time. It was only a cup of tea's time. A total of 983 gene of top-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion was absolutely good at accounting. He did not even need to use an abacus. He directly calculated the answer in his mind. "Okay." Yongchen nodded and agreed. He put the total of more than 20 space magic weapons into his Chinquan bag. He would have to pay the spirit stones. "Grandmaster, do you want to round it up?" The shopkeeper knew that Yongchen was straightforward. At this time, one more business was one more business. His shabby pavilion could really be considered as not opening for business for 3 years. It was not easy to meet such a big customer. Of course, he had to do a good job. "Shopkeeper, do you still have a space magic weapon that you haven't taken out?" When Yongchen heard the word round up, he was amused. This shopkeeper really only had eyes for money. "There is one more thing." The shopkeeper encountered a big business. He could not care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and pointed. "Grandmaster, what do you think of my small shop? It is also a space magic weapon, and it is also refined by an expert, including 17 gene of top-grade spirit stones, a total of 1,000 gene. How about it?" Listening to the shopkeeper, Yongchen could not help but admire him. The shops in the marketplace were basically space magic weapons. Otherwise, if there were too many customers, they would not be able to accommodate them. This was especially true for big businesses. Each shop looked small, but after entering, there were pavilions and pavilions. There was no need to worry about the number of customers. However, this small shop of the shabby pavilion could barely be regarded as a space magic weapon. It was too small. Even if it was not fully opened, it was estimated that at most it was a 10 li manor. The part that was not shown was probably the shopkeeper's own residence. This guy was also a wonderful person. When he found that he could make money, he even sold the shop he lived in. He was really a real businessman. Okay, I don't need more than 10 jin. Count them all in. Yang Qin did not care. He was rich and overbearing. Since they had delivered themselves to his door, then he would count them as one. When he came in, he found that the shop was a bit new. Maybe the last business to sell the shop was not long ago. When Yang Qin came out of the shabby pavilion, there was no more shabby pavilion in the marketplace. To be exact, there was no more shabby pavilion because the whole shop was sold to Yang Qin. The shopkeeper did not lose anything in this business. On average, he sold them at least 4 times the original price. Even if he had lost his shop and a place to live, the shopkeeper still kept boasting to Yang Qin. Grandmaster really has a good eye. There are so many things, and each of them is absolutely worth it. Wait for this small shop to go and buy a batch of new products. We will welcome Grandmaster again in the future. All the goods had been put into the shopkeeper's Cosmos bag. The shop and the 20 or so space-type magical weapons belonged to Yang Qin. The shopkeeper's face was filled with a happy smile. Just from the radiance on his face, it could be seen that he had made a big profit this time. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Yang Qin and the shopkeeper strangely. The people who often came here knew about the business of the shabby pavilion. Even the shop was sold. No one knew how many spirit stones this young cultivator had been cheated of. However, they were not responsible for the sales of the goods in the marketplace. It was not like they were cheated. No one would stand up for them. This time he got 4 large Immortals caves, and there were 6 possibilities, one of which was the 10-mile manor of the Super Immortals cave. Yang Qin was also in a good mood. He slowly paced and looked around the market, waiting for the girls to finish shopping so that they could enjoy the fun of treasure hunting together. He believed that everyone would be very happy if they found a super immortal cave in the 10-mile manor. Chapter 2049. The market was not big, so the women did not spend too much time shopping. In less than a day, all of them returned to Yang Qin's side. The women who came back began to show the good things they had bought in the Dragon Palace hidden deep underground. This was also a happy moment for everyone when they shared their spoils of war, and it was also the most lively time for the Dragon Palace ceremony. Along the way, this has become a fixed program for everyone after passing through various markets, and it was very popular with everyone. In addition to a lot of space magic weapons bought for Gong Sunling, the others were bought according to personal preferences and uses. Anyway, Yang Qin was rich and any of the women was a rich woman, so they would not hesitate to buy things. In addition to all kinds of fancy magic weapons, there were also some beautiful jewelry. Of course, these jewelry had their own special uses, not just for beauty. Everyone introduced their gains to each other and shared their shopping fun. This was a happy moment for the women. Even if Yang Qin was not interested in shopping, he listened patiently with a smile. As they talked, everyone turned the topic to Yang Qin. Several of them heard about the feat of Yang Qin buying other people's stores. One by one, they laughed and trembled. After laughing, they also asked Yang Qin to talk about his shopping experience. Yang Qin did not hide it. This was a happy moment for everyone, and it was good to talk about it to make the beauty smile. After talking about his shopping experience very readily, the women were also stunned after laughing. 1,000 jin of top-quality spirit stones, but more than 20 space magic weapons? Among them, there were 6 or 7 at the level of the 10-mile manor. Even if the shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion was telling the truth and there might be good things inside, wasn't this too much of a scam? However, the women were still very convinced by their husband's eyesight. Many of them had experienced the experience of Yang Qin finding treasures from various legendary materials. Since her husband could buy these space magic weapons at more than several times the price, there must be something good inside. More than 20 space-type magic weapons were placed in front of the women. No one let Yang Qin say which one he liked. Everyone began to rely on their own eyesight to judge which one it was. This was an interesting game, and everyone was in high spirits. Yang Chen's wives and concubines all participated, and even the maids were not left behind. Everyone picked one item and waited for Yang Chen to announce the answer. Lady Fanghua was having a good time. She even set the odds for each magic treasure. Then, everyone placed their bets and waited for Yang Chen to reveal his cards. The girls were having fun playing their little games, but Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Up until now, he still hadn't confirmed which manner he was looking for. He didn't know what method the expert who refined the super immortal cave used. But even with Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness, he still couldn't find anything fishy about it. This person really hit it deep enough. It was impossible to open the cards, so Yang Chen could only pick them up one by one and carefully explore each one again, checking and judging through various methods. As soon as they saw Yang Chen like this, the women realized that their husband was also not sure, which made everyone's interest even more high. They also joined in and checked with Yang Chen. Obviously, this was the place that Yang Chen found according to a legend, and it was premeditated for a long time. Otherwise, their husband would not buy things at several times the price for no reason. It seemed that Yang Chen had been setting up this game since a long time ago, including purchasing various space-type magic weapons in various markets. Others didn't know, but Gong Sunling understood it best. This small immortal cave now had a limited effect on the mountain river geographical map, but it was better than nothing. It was because of the large number that it played the effect of a super immortal cave. The acquisition of space-type magic weapons for such a long time was to pave the way for today's acquisition. Even Yang Chen had to pave the way for such a long time to buy things quietly. It could be imagined what kind of level it was. With the help of the women, Yang Chen used various methods to explore the harvest this time, but he did not find any abnormalities in these immortal caves. Could it be that the super immortal cave had not been put on the shelves of the shabby pavilion at this time? If this was the case, then Yang Chen would have lost a lot this time. He bought a batch of mediocre space-type magic weapons at several times the price. By the way, husband, what about the store you bought? Sun Qingxue checked them one by one and couldn't find out which one it was, so she simply gave up and asked purely out of curiosity, "I would like to see what kind of store the profiteer shopkeeper sold to you." Sun Qingxue's words made Yang Chen startled, and then he realized that he did not take out the last store to make up the number. Not only that, Yang Chen finally just put away the store and never used his spiritual awareness to carefully check the store of the shabby pavilion. It was dark under the light. Yang Chen smiled bitterly and found the store from the Qinkuan bag. Because this store has always been on the street of the market, and it was still an owner. No matter which cultivator, as long as they were not mortal enemies and did not want to fight, they would not use their spiritual awareness to check the things that were imprinted by others. Yang Chen had always thought that this was the shopkeeper's thing, so he had never checked it. Without saying anything, he first let Xiao Tian go out and swallow the spiritual awareness imprint of the shopkeeper, and then Yang Chen began to check it carefully. The women were also unwilling to be left behind, and one by one, they all explored the store space with their spiritual awareness. It's very ordinary. Sun Qingxue was the first to withdraw. It was just a 10-mile manor, nothing special. With the withdrawal of Sun Qingxue, the women also withdrew one by one. Their spiritual awareness swept several times. It was just an ordinary small immortal's cave, and no one found any abnormalities. On the other hand, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness checked it inch by inch. When the spiritual awareness swept over an area over and over again, Yang Chen finally found something unusual, and a smile appeared on his face. Discovering an unusual point, and then deliberately looking for different things, Yang Chen quickly found several different places. By now, Yang Chen was basically certain that this was the Super Immortal's cave he was looking for. The Three Purities' secret art was still strong enough, so the concealment was still found by Yang Chen. Otherwise, Yang Chen would doubt whether the Three Purities Tao ancestor gave him the complete Three Purities secret art. That's it. Yang Chen made the final decision and gave a definitive answer. Looking at the curious women, he couldn't help but smile, and then asked, "Do you want to go in and have a look?" "Let's go and have a look." Of course, the women were curious and wanted to see what kind of good things could make Yang Chen tempted. So naturally they agreed one by one. Soon, the figures of Yang Chen and the women disappeared in this shabby store. Chapter 2050. In the beginning, everyone first appeared in the shop, and empty shelves above also showed everyone that it was a small shop not long ago. Going out from the door, leading to the back, there was really a big manor outside. The shopkeeper's things were thoroughly searched. Basically, except for the empty room, there was no furniture, not even the lowest stool was left for Yang Chen. It could be seen that the shopkeeper was a profiteer. At first, the women definitely wouldn't let Yang Chen say the answer, and they had to find it themselves. Yang Chen even had a definite answer. There must be something wrong with this shop's Immortal's cave. If they still couldn't find it, it could only be said that this Immortal's cave was too magical. Of course, Yang Chen would not spoil the mood of the girls. He made a table under a big tree in the manor, while enjoying the cool tea, and then watched the girls busy in the manor, looking for suspicious places in the manor. However, no matter how hard the women tried, even if they searched inside and out several times, they couldn't find anything wrong inch by inch. Yang Chen was not surprised by this. If he hadn't known that there was such a Super Immortal's cave in his previous life, this Immortal's cave would probably have been ignored in front of him. Otherwise, no one would have cared about it for thousands of years in his previous life. Even the owner who got it took more than 2,000 years to discover the mystery of it by chance and get a Super Immortal's cave. But what was that chance? Others didn't know. This was also the reason why Yang Chen couldn't directly determine which one it was. Others had it in their hands for more than 2,000 years, and they didn't find any clues. If the women found it after coming in for a while, wouldn't it be a joke? Yang Chen didn't point out. Anyway, the women were very hardworking. Such a game was also an alternative relaxation for them. All the women were also talented people, and none of them were willing to admit defeat easily. If even their own husband told them that there was a problem with this Immortal's cave, and they still couldn't find the problem with it, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? So all the women were holding back in their hearts, and they must find the abnormality inside. Unfortunately, Yang Chen had already changed the tea leaves 3 times, using the smallest teacup, but after such a long time, the girl still had nothing. However, looking at her husband drinking tea leisurely, the women did not want to admit defeat. They could only grit their teeth and began to divide into several different areas. Each person was responsible for an area, and then they carefully checked it little by little. They probed with their divine senses, observed with their naked eyes, and sometimes even tested with their spiritual power. However, no matter what methods they used, the manor looked like an ordinary manor. Don't just look inside the manor. When Yang Chen replaced the tea leaves with the jade dragon brew, he finally gave a hint. Don't just look at the manor. This made the women feel very strange. This was originally a manor, and the edge of the manor was the courtyard wall. What else was there outside? The girls doubtfully began to inspect the edge of the space. Just as everyone expected, the courtyard wall was the edge, and beyond that was the barrier of space. He walked along the walls of the courtyard and didn't find any problems with the barrier. He was almost back to square one. Yang Chen's hint didn't work at all. After checking it a few times again, the women finally gave up this futile action. Sun Qingxue returned to Yang Chen's side and helped Yang Chen massage his shoulders, and then said coquettishly, "Husband, give me more hints." "What distinguishes the inside and outside of the manor?" Yongchen asked a question with a smile. "The courtyard wall." Gong Sunling replied, subconsciously, and then suddenly realized. With a cheer, she immediately rushed to the courtyard wall. The other women also heard the hint and began to study the courtyard wall without thinking. The others began to study the courtyard wall, but Zhou Xianying simply rushed to the courtyard wall and began to attack it. Anyway, it was just a 10-mile cave residence. It was just a courtyard wall, so it didn't matter if it was broken. She wasn't afraid of breaking the super magic weapon. The super magic weapon that could tempt Yongchen would not be afraid of the attack of a heaven immortal. As soon as Zhou Xianying started, the others also followed suit. In a short while, a large part of the courtyard wall was all shattered. This looked very normal. The only abnormal place was that there was an area about 10 feet long. Under the attack of everyone, there was no movement. This area was not far from the big tree that Yongchen was sitting on. Now everyone could see that something was wrong. Zhou Xianying, Lady Fanghua, and a group of maids were 32 heaven immortal experts, but they couldn't do anything to a mere courtyard wall. There was a lot of potential inside. Yongchen couldn't make a move now, because most of the divine sense in his sea of consciousness was fighting against the golden immortal tribulation. So whether it was using divine sense to explore or other things, he could only use a small part of it. But the attack of 32 heaven immortal experts couldn't do anything. The courtyard wall was so strong, what should they do next? If they couldn't break the courtyard wall, they couldn't see the world behind it. Even if the women wanted to see it, they couldn't. "Shanshan, try to attack with all your strength." Yongchen watched from the side and gave pointers. Sure, Shanshan didn't make a move just now. She was just watching. Seeing that Zhou Xianying and the others couldn't do anything, she didn't have any other thoughts. Since her husband called her name, sure Shanshan naturally wouldn't hold back. She attacked with her supreme pure yang sword qi and slashed at the courtyard wall with all her strength. It could be said that among the women, in terms of attack power, sure Shanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi was definitely the strongest. Although the coverage wasn't big within the attack range of the sword qi, few people could block it. When the sword attacked, there was a sizzling sound on the courtyard wall and a small hole appeared. After sending out this sword with all her strength, Sure Shanshan didn't have any excess strength and sat down softly. Sure Wushuang was already prepared and immediately helped Sure Shanshan to Yongchen's side. With a hole in the wall, the solid courtyard wall was basically useless. Zhou Xianying and Lady Fanghua attacked a few times, and the courtyard wall collapsed and no longer existed. Behind the courtyard wall was a big hole, which was originally covered by the courtyard wall, and even spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. Now that the courtyard wall had disappeared, everything was revealed, and spiritual sense could also easily explore the situation behind. The girls immediately discovered that there was an unimaginably vast space outside the cave. No matter how the women urged their spiritual sense, there was no way to explore the edge of that space. "There's no need to try. This cave abode has a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles. It's the largest cave abode I've ever seen." Yongchen stood up with Sure Shanshan in his arms and said to the women, "Let's go, let's see what's inside." Chapter 2051. Out of the gap in the courtyard wall, there was an unimaginably vast space. Plains, mountains, rivers, and even the sea. Even if they were flying in the air, they couldn't see the end at a glance. "Sister, what are you doing?" Sun Qingxue originally wanted to jump to see what was here, but when she was about to turn her head and call the girls together, she found that Gao Yu was putting away all the broken fragments of the courtyard wall, and couldn't help but ask. These things can shield spiritual awareness and isolate space. Gao Yu continued to move her hands and replied with a smile, "Let's study it. Maybe we can refine something interesting." Among the women, only Gao Yu was good at refining. When she said this, all the women felt that it was reasonable. While helping, They also began to reflect on whether their husband had given them too many good things recently, so that when they saw these things, they didn't think of it. This was just a small episode. After a delay of less than 10 minutes, everyone stood in the huge cave house. "Husband, how big is this place?" Zhou Xianying rarely spoke. Now that she was looking at this huge space, she asked a question that she rarely did. "I don't know." Yang Qin shook his head directly. "If you want to know, you can go out and make a spiritual awareness imprint to explore it. Sister Ling should go." Zhou Xianying knew that this was prepared by Yang Qin for Gong Sunling, so she wouldn't be so stupid to go out and explore with spiritual awareness. But she pushed it to Gong Sunling. Seeing that everyone wanted to know this answer, Gong Sunling also knew that the women would not do it. She was afraid that everyone would wait for a long time. So she hurriedly went out to do it, and soon returned to everyone. It has a radius of more than 3 million miles. When Gong Sunling said this answer, she still couldn't believe it. Such a large space, almost equivalent to a small half of the spiritual world. Was this something that could be refined by human beings? The cave house space collected in the past, the mortal world's Blue Vault mountain cave house, was only tens of thousands of miles, and it was already the core cave house of Chunying Palace. Later on, the Langya Well was about the same size. It wasn't until they reached the spirit realm that they came into contact with cave abodes with a radius of more than 50,000 kilometers. Three River Alliance, Holocaust Sect, and Thousand Beast Sect's core cave abodes were more than 100,000 miles in radius, which was considered a rare big cave abode. Even the cave abode left behind by the South Pole Immortal ones, White Crane, was only SOSO. Most of the cultivators' cave residences were usually less than 1,000 miles in size. Strictly speaking, even Yang Chen's 5 Elements Dragon Palace was at this level. It was just that its spirit veins were filled to the brim and would never dry up. Ordinary cave dwellings were usually divided according to the diameter they covered. The smallest might be a courtyard, which could barely be considered a cave dwelling of about a mile. Then there were cave dwellings of 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, and 10,000 miles. At the level of 10,000 kilometers, it was already a large cave abode. The 100,000 li was a sect-level super cave abode. But what about this one with a radius of more than 3 million miles? Super huge cave dwelling? The Mountain River geographical map had been refined and integrated with the previous large and small cave abodes. Now, there were no experts in the spirit realm that could destroy it. What would happen if he were to fuse with this gigantic cave dwelling? Without Yang Chen's reminder, the women had already begun to look forward to it. Gong Sunling was already surprised and didn't know what to say. She didn't care about being reserved and directly threw herself into Yang Chen's arms, hugging her husband tightly. She just hugged him tightly and revealed her true feelings, but she couldn't say anything. This action was also teased by the other women. Even though they were an old couple, Gong Sunling was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. Everyone boarded the mysterious Heaven Nether Sea shuttle. Yang Chun directly opened up the mysterious Heaven Nether Sea shuttle's field of vision so that everyone could see the scene inside. Then he used the fastest speed to tour the huge cave abode. Not to mention that the cave abode was super huge. It seemed to be rich in all kinds of resources. In his previous life, this cave abode was comparable to the Dragon Palace. The reason why it had such a reputation, in addition to its large size, was because of its rich resources. Now, he couldn't see anything from a cursory glance, but after refining and integrating it, he would know what kind of treasure it was inside. As long as there were materials that could be counted in the spirit realm, except for a few extremely rare things such as underworld jade, this huge cave abode had mineral veins. Just this alone was enough to let all the cultivators in the Chunying Palace come in. Everyone did nothing but dig, and it wouldn't be empty even after tens of thousands of years. This was not counting the spirit veins inside. Since Yang Qin started the mysterious Heaven Nether Sea shuttle, within a radius of less than 10,000 miles, he had found 3 Heaven Immortal spirit veins, dozens of Earth immortal spirit veins, and thousands of human immortal spirit veins. With a radius of 3 million miles, one could imagine how many spirit veins there were inside. In his field of vision, there was a lush forest and grassland on the ground. Without using divine sense to explore, he could see all kinds of plants and various animals hidden in them with the naked eye. The deeper he went, the more he could see spiritual beasts. Needless to say, this place was the same as the Blue Vault Mountain Cave abode. There must be various levels of demons inside. After seeing so much, everyone was already sighing. The 4 essentials of cultivation were Dharma, earth, companionship, and wealth. This was a treasure land for cultivation. No matter which sect it was in, it would be the core cave abode of the sect's core cave abode. After refining this, I believe that the requirements that Brother Li Chung mentioned can be met, right? Yang Chen asked with a smile, as if he was saying it to himself, but also as if he was answering someone. Absolutely. Although Gong Sunling didn't know how high Brother Li Cheng's requirements were, she was also convinced of it. Even if the Mountain River geographical map had not been refined and integrated before, just refining this super cave abode alone was more than the sum of the past 2,000 years of effort by more than dozens of times. Further ahead, everyone found higher cultivation level nascent soul stage and even human immortal stage beasts. It was believed that if they went deeper, there must be a large number of stronger earth immortals, heaven immortals, and even Xian immortals. The only pity was that there was no heavenly tribulation in this cave abode. No matter how strong these beasts were, they were just pseudo-masters who had not crossed the tribulation. Speaking of which, the nature was very similar to the nature of the natives of the spiritual world. It could be said that this was the world of the demon race's natives. Good place. Yang Qin sighed. I believe that Fatty Jing, Lao Gui, and Ho Yin will be willing to come here to establish a sect. All the women covered their mouths and snickered. Their husband had not fully controlled and collected this huge cave abode, but he had already thought so much. However, these cultivators who followed their husband were really lucky. Their husband did not forget to support them at such a time. Even to outsiders, Yang Chen was like this, let alone their family members. All the women snickered, but their hearts were full of happiness. Chapter 2052. The demons in the huge cave mansion were getting stronger and stronger. Except for a few flying demons that could catch up with the speed of the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, the others could only watch the shadow of the shuttle and eat its dust. The women casually ordered their profound immortal demon guards to release some of their auras, and those flying demons were scared away. They didn't dare to chase after them anymore. The territory was so big that even with the speed of the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, it would take almost half a year to go from one end to the other. Everyone was just curious to see what was inside, but they didn't intend to explore it completely. Anyway, in the future, after Gong Sunling refined it, she could go wherever she wanted. There was no need to waste time at this time. During this period, everyone also saw a lot of Xian immortal demons, all of whom were masters of their own area. They showed hostility towards the appearance of the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, but Yang Chen and the others didn't mean to fight. They flew at high speed all the way and didn't cause much trouble. Okay, let's go out. Seeing that everyone was in a good mood, Yang Chen said, Aling, put the cave mansion into the Mountain River geographical map and slowly refine it. In a flash, everyone appeared outside and watched with a smile as Gong Sunling put the huge cave mansion into the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen was next to her and immediately noticed that the third primordial spirit had begun to move. Its goal was this huge cave mansion. Previously, he had bought those small cave mansions that were less than 1,000 miles away, and each of them only took a few hours. Moreover, it was thousands of them that began to refine and integrate at the same time. Now that the Mountain River geographical map had Yang Chen's third primordial spirit as its weapon spirit, it seemed to have a backbone. Whether it was the refining efficiency or the quality, it had greatly improved. In the past, when Gong Sunling controlled it, she could only gather the power of all the cultivators in the mountain river geographical map and refine it together. But after all, it was not direct control. Everyone had different attributes, and a large part of it could be considered to offset each other, so it was relatively less interesting. Now that the third primordial spirit was involved, because of the balanced attributes of the 5 elements, the power of those cultivators was immediately divided into different attributes. Every type of elemental energy was directly refined under the control of his third primordial soul, and the efficiency was countless times higher than before. If one were to look at the interior of the giant cave dwelling, one would find that starting from the very edge of the cave dwelling, it was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every breath of time, the speed of melting was measured in units of 1 zhong, forming an extremely distinct thin line wherever it passed. However, the demon natives inside did not panic because no matter which direction they looked from, apart from the abnormality in that line, the surrounding scenery was the same. Even the distribution of spiritual power had not changed, and it had no effect on their lives. However, in Gong Sunling's perception, as soon as this giant cave abode entered the mountain river geographical map, all the originally refined physical space was moved by the third primordial spirit to the lowest level, which was the mortal world in the mountain river geographical map. Then, this huge cave abode became the second level, which was the ground of the spiritual realm. The combined space of the cave abode he had fused in the past was not as big as this one, so this distribution was reasonable. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and the only thing that needed to be consumed was time. At this speed, it would take at least 10 or 20 years to refine and integrate the 3 million miles. This was only the initial integration, and it would take a longer time to completely refine the resources and spiritual veins inside. Gong Sunling felt it the most. She could even feel that her life source magic weapon was changing every moment and becoming stronger. Because of the integration of the cave abode, it even caused her cultivation base to become a little restless. In the midst of joy, everyone once again embarked on the journey of playing and purchasing spatial magic weapons. In Yang Chen's plan, there were still several large cave abodes that could at least be comparable to the 3 River Alliance Holocaust sect and 10,000 demon sects core. Cave abodes, still waiting for their owners. He couldn't let these cave abodes be idle, right? Even if there was a giant cave abode, one of them was worth 10 or even 100, but there was no harm in integrating more cave abodes. It must be known that the ultimate goal of Yangqin to integrate these cave abodes was to refine the core of the demon continent and the 2 worlds at the exit of the monster beast space. The more prepared, the better. If you walk at night too much, you will always encounter ghosts. When Yang Qin and his party arrived near the large cave abode that no one had yet discovered according to his plan, they were surprised to find that there are people blocking the way here. The Wind Cloud Palace is handling matters. Unrelated people, please leave. They were not in a hurry, so they took Gong Sunling's ship. Just as everyone was enjoying the beautiful scenery while flying slowly, they suddenly heard a loud shout, and then several figures appeared, each occupying a direction, faintly surrounding the ship. Because the demonic tribulation was brought forward by hundreds of years under the influence of Yangqin, the time of the demonic tribulation was also shortened by hundreds of years. There were also some other things that had changed, and the cave abode in front of them was one of them. The reason for this was that a berserk demon beast had accidentally attacked and flattened a small mountain peak in this mountainous area. The monster didn't find anything and left directly, but when the demonic tribulation ended, some cultivators passed by here and found a corner of the array exposed under the small mountain. Originally, when they were flying normally, they didn't find anything, and everything happened by chance. This cultivator was tired from flying and found a small piece of flat land, so he decided to cultivate here. So after landing, he released his cave abode, but he didn't expect that his cave abode would be affected and couldn't land. Out of curiosity, the young cultivator checked and found a palm-sized place that was repelled. After a closer inspection, he found a small corner of the array there. This kind of array was not something that the young cultivator could touch. He was smart enough not to do it himself, but to sell this information in exchange for a few suitable magic treasures and a pile of spirit stones. This array was thus exposed to the eyes of some sect. The array formation had been set up countless years ago in order to protect that cave. The one who bought the information was the Wind Cloud Palace. They immediately sent people to investigate and found that it was likely to be an ancient ruin. They immediately sent people to surround the area and began to secretly excavate. The people who blocked the way were the experts in charge of guarding the area. An ancient ruin would be very valuable, and they would not allow outsiders to interfere. The ship of Yangqin and the others was still thousands of miles away when it was stopped. "My sect is handling some matters ahead. Please do us a favor." The second person who spoke was another person, and his tone was also very polite, but the meaning was the same. They were both asking Yang Chen's group to leave. Chapter 2053. The other party spoke politely, so Yang Chen and the others did not take it too far. In front of them was only 100,000-kilometer super cave dwelling. To Yang Chen and the others, it was no longer a necessity. Everyone came out to have fun and relax, not to fight with each other and make enemies. Inconvenient. Yang Chen held a cup of wine and stuck his head out to take a look, then waved his hand nonchalantly. "Then we'll take a detour." Saying so, he put down his wine cup and cupped his hands towards the cultivator who spoke behind him. "Sorry for the disturbance." Logically speaking, there was no great enmity between the two parties, and it was very likely that they did not know each other. If one party did not give way, and the other party politely said that they would take a detour, then there should be no further developments. However, when Yang Chen poked his head out, he let the other party see the figure of him and a maid who was serving him drinking. Yang Chen's maids were carefully selected and trained by Lady Fanghua in the mortal realm before being sent to Yang Chen's side. Every one of them was extremely beautiful, especially when they were by Yang Chen's side. All of them wished they could show off their most beautiful and attractive side to win a smile from Yang Chen. Even the act of pouring wine was filled with extreme temptation. "You want to leave?" Not so easy. Not waiting for the person who spoke later to speak, the cultivator who shouted first had already rushed to open his mouth. His gaze was fixed on the maidservant next to Yang Chen, and he sneered, "How could there be such a coincidence? My Wind Cloud Palace is handling some matters, and you just barge in. You will definitely not accept that you are spies, so we won't go too far. Please explain yourself to our palace master. If he agrees, then you can leave." The cultivator, who spoke later, didn't want to cause trouble. But when this guy opened his mouth and spoke in such a dignified manner, even bringing up the palace master of Wind Cloud Palace, he had nothing else to say. If he insisted on letting Yang Chen and the others go, then he would not be giving face to his palace master. Although he was angry at this fellow for being too talkative, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "That's right. Everyone has come at the wrong time. It's really suspicious. If you don't want to hurt our relationship, please explain yourself in front of the hall master." While speaking, he had already seen the little maid beside Yang Chen, who was a little surprised, and he immediately understood. It was obvious that his junior brother had seen the other party's beautiful maidservant and had some thoughts, but he just had to use such a clumsy excuse. When Yang Chen and the girls went out to play, the girls took turns to accompany Yang Chen, one for each day, whoever had their turn. Everyone cherished the opportunity to be with their husband and would always think of ways to make him happy. Generally speaking, when one person was around, the other women would be very tactful and not come out to pester him. Therefore, all the women were cultivating in their own rooms in the ship's cabin. This fellow from the Wind Cloud Palace was also muddle-headed. When he saw that there were only 2 people with a little maid, his heart was filled with evil thoughts. He used his divine sense to check and found out that Yang Chen was only a little earthly immortal early-stage cultivator, so he didn't put Yang Chen in his eyes. As for the maid who served Yang Chen, she was just a maid. How could her cultivation be higher than her master? Even if he tried to check, the other party probably wouldn't be able to see through the maid's cultivation. The main reason was because Yang Chen's cultivation was lower than the maid's. Although Yang Chen didn't care, the maid was very mindful of this. Every time they were around Yang Chen, they would suppress their cultivation so that they wouldn't overshadow their beloved. It was also the fault of Madame Fanghua and the maids to cultivate this brilliant and colorful spirit method that was too pure. It was one of the best cultivation methods of the demon sex, and it was also the most good at confusing people's hearts. If they have the intention to hide their own cultivation base, how could the average cultivator see through it? A few silhouettes slowly approached from afar and surrounded the ship. The ship wasn't as hidden as the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea shuttle, and there was also a warning array set up here, so it was very easy to find them. With so many people surrounding them, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to run even if they wanted to. The cultivators surrounding them were all experts at the peak of the earthly immortal stage, so it was more than enough to deal with a little earthly immortal early stage cultivator. Everyone knew about their companion's illness. Anyway, they were far away from the Emperor, and there weren't any other cultivators here. At most, they would just destroy the corpse and get rid of the evidence. Who would know what happened here? Are you sure? Yang Chen raised his wine cup again, and the little maid beside him naturally raised the jade pot and filled the cup. Yang Chen leisurely took a sip, then asked the guy who wanted them to stay. In response to Yang Chen's words, the little maid beside him directly released her aura. She was originally enjoying the world with her beloved, but someone actually didn't have eyes. How could the demon girl, who cultivated the 1,000 colors spiritual method, not see the lustful light in that guy's eyes? Daring to disturb her beloved was courting death. As soon as the aura of a Heaven Immortal expert was released, the surrounding people panicked. The people surrounding them didn't expect that the timid little maid who could only be held in one's arms was actually a terrifying Heaven Immortal expert, and she even pretended to be a weak woman. You, a dignified Heaven Immortal expert, are so servile to an earthly immortal junior. Isn't this a trap? It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The relatively polite cultivator immediately sensed that something was wrong and raised his hand and shouted. This time his companion had kicked an iron plate. The other party had a Heaven Immortal expert, and with so many cultivators present, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with it. Although the experts of the sect nearby would be able to sense the aura of a Heaven Immortal expert, and they would also send reinforcements. Weren't they the ones who would bear the brunt? It wasn't worth it to put themselves in danger because of a companion's dirty thoughts. Those who weren't directly related to this matter naturally thought so, but the guy who had such thoughts knew that he was finished. Regardless of whether the other party attacked or not, he wouldn't have it easy. Rather than that, he might as well provoke the other party to kill the others, and he might be able to survive by relying on the defensive artifact that he had just obtained. At that time, wouldn't he be able to say whatever he wanted? He could push the blame onto Yang Chen and say that they wanted to force their way in. Would the sect not believe him and instead believe two outsiders? They really are spies. The guy who had such thoughts didn't wait for Yang Chen to speak and immediately interrupted and shouted, "You guys came here in disguise. Are you looking down on my wind cloud palace?" As he shouted, he had already crushed the warning jade talisman. Actually, he didn't need to do this. The sect had already sensed that something was wrong here. But with this action, attacking the guards and releasing their aura, didn't this make Yang Chen's actions even more suspicious? Now, they just had to wait for Yang Chen and the other party to make a move, and their wishful thinking would be considered half successful. Chapter 2054. It's a misunderstanding. They were all cultivators of the same sect. At this moment, no one could guess what this guy was thinking. A few of them spoke up at the same time, saying that it was a misunderstanding. But this guy who wanted to make things worse would not allow these people to clear up the misunderstanding. Just as they spoke, he had already made his move. Chi, the sound of the flying sword slicing through the air, was so ear-piercing that everyone wanted to tear this incompetent person into a million pieces. However, The reality in front of them no longer allowed them to think any further. They could only be bound together and attacked together. How could anyone offend the dignity of a Heaven Immortal expert? This guy's words and actions had completely angered the Heaven Immortal expert. Not to mention the opponent, if they had such a cultivation, who wouldn't retaliate after being cursed and attacked by a junior. The guy from the Wind Cloud Palace was fast, but the little servant girl was even faster. Just as the flying sword flew close to Yangchen, the little servant girl's figure had already appeared in front of the guy who spoke rudely, angry that he had ruined her and her beloved. The little servant girl was merciless. Sword light flashed, and the opponent's sixth son leader flew into the sky. While he was still in the air, he was grabbed by little Su Nu's slender hand and quickly returned to the ship. At this moment, the opponent's flying sword had just flown to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen gently stretched out his hand, and the ownerless flying sword was easily grasped in his hand. He casually weighed it a few times, shook his head, and directly threw it to Xiao Tian for him to play with. Who dares to kill my Wind Cloud Palace disciple? The culprit had been beheaded, and Yang Chen did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter. The remaining Wind Cloud Palace disciples heaved a sigh of relief and were about to explain the misunderstanding to Yang Chen when they suddenly heard a shout from afar. Oh no! This misunderstanding could not be explained. While everyone was complaining in their hearts, they also heaved a sigh of relief. From the sound of the voice, it was a Heaven Immortal expert from the sect. If he rushed over, at least they would not be at a disadvantage. No matter how the negotiations went, they didn't have to worry about their lives for the time being. Yang Chen and the little maid didn't continue to fight. This kind of meaningless fight was the most boring. It was enough to get rid of the main culprit. There was no need to dwell on it. However, just because Yang Chen thought so, it didn't mean that everyone else thought so. There were many unreasonable people in the world, and the person in front of them happened to be one of them. Are you the one who killed people from the Wind Cloud Palace? There was more than one person rushing over, but the leader was a late Heaven Immortal expert, and there were a few early Heaven Immortal experts by his side, looking very majestic. When he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately shouted at the little handmaiden, who was still holding a head in her hand. As soon as this person appeared, the few cultivators who had just stopped Yang Chen immediately bowed to the other party and said, "I have seen the elder!" The other party ignored them and waved his hand directly. His eyes were still directed at the little maid. "It's me." With the head that she had just severed in her hand, the maidservant did not intend to deny it and admitted it directly. "It's good that you admit it." The other party was probably a big shot in the Wind Cloud Palace. His tone was full of command. "Put down the flying sword and surrender. I'll give you a chance to explain. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yang Chen had also seen a lot of big figures. Which of the sect masters of the major sects was not polite when they saw Yang Chen? How could they be like this guy who was not satisfied with half a bottle of wine? He really thought that he could cover the sky with one hand. His heart suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Don't you want to ask the people around you what happened?" Yang Chen asked with a frown. Although he asked, he was sighing in his heart. He didn't want to cause trouble, but there was someone who didn't want to get what he wanted. The disciples of the Wind Cloud Palace will be taken care of later. The elder waved his hand and stopped Yang Chen's next words. He said, coldly, "But you killed the disciples of the Wind Cloud Palace. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you have to leave a life as compensation." As the elder spoke, the few Heaven Immortal experts that he had brought with him had surrounded the ship again. It seemed that they had already taken care of Yang Chen and the maidservant. "Is this your idea or the idea of the Wind Cloud Palace?" Yang Chen was still not angry. He just asked calmly, "Is there any difference between my idea and the idea of the Wind Cloud Palace?" The elder sneered and replied disdainfully, "At a time like this, instead of thinking about escaping or begging for mercy, they still ask such an indifferent question. They were simply two idiots. There is a difference." Yang Chen sighed helplessly and said, "If it's your idea, then we'll find you alone. If it's the idea of the Wind Cloud Palace, then we'll have to find the entire Wind Cloud Palace. There's a big difference. No matter who you know from the Wind Cloud Palace, it can't erase your sin of killing the disciples of the Wind Cloud Palace." The elder didn't want to say anything more to Yang Chen. "If you know what's good for you, then surrender and leave a life as compensation. If you can explain it, the remaining one can live. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you with our numbers." In the elder's mind, the maidservant was obviously from the demon sect. Needless to say, she must have seduced a junior from the Tao sect to have some fun. She definitely wouldn't protect him with her life. He didn't say who would be left alive. Naturally, he was waiting for the little maid to expose the nature of the witch and abandon Yang Chen. He also let the younger generation, who seemed to be confident, know the dangers of the spiritual world. However, what he didn't expect was that his words didn't seem to have any effect at all. The scene that he was looking forward to didn't appear. This was really a bit confusing. "Is there a lot of people?" Yang Chen looked around and curled his lips helplessly again. "It doesn't look like there are a lot of people." Following Yang Chen's words, 9 maidservants wearing different colored clothes gracefully walked out of the cabin of the ship. All of them were fairy immortals. The 9 maidservants didn't hide their realms. They just walked out quietly and then gently put away the dishes on the table in front of Yang Chen. The last 2 carried the jade table away as if they came out to clean up the leftovers from Yang Chen's feast. Including the elder himself, there were only 6 fairy immortals in total. They thought that they had already defeated Yang Chen and Yang Chen. They didn't expect that Yang Chen still had such a card up his sleeve. It would be a joke to say that there were more people. Send a warning. It seems that the Wind Cloud Palace has been quiet for too long. Many people have become complacent. The elder didn't get angry, but laughed instead. After laughing for a while, he said, "None of you can leave today." Sigh. Wind Cloud Palace. Yang Chen sighed helplessly. He looked at the elder's angry face and shook his head. Why bother? What a pity. Chapter 2055. This area, spanning a radius of several thousand kilometers, contained an ancient ruin. This was information that the Wind Cloud Palace had obtained from a junior cultivator after spending a huge sum of money. In order to keep it a secret, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master had personally sent a core elder to kill that cultivator. He did not want anyone to know about the secret of this area. The poor cultivator had thought that he would be able to make a fortune with this accidental discovery. He did not expect to end up like this. In fact, the ancient ruins were spread out over a radius of 100 miles at most. But to be on the safe side, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master had mobilized the entire sect's power to seal off the entire area, just for this one gamble. Everyone knew that if there was a protective formation, there would definitely be an inheritance. There must be many things in this ancient ruins that other sects would go crazy over. The Wind Cloud Palace was a second-rate sect. Its development over the years had not been very smooth, especially after the Devil Calamity. When the Devil Calamity broke out, the Wind Cloud Palace had lost a large number of disciples. Coupled with their bad luck, the sect was too far away from the Sunset Cliff. They did not even have the chance to be protected by Chunyang Palace. Fortunately, the sect had a few experts with foresight. They brought most of the cultivators into their cave mansions and finally made it to a safe place before the demonic beasts filled the area. However, the sect's territory had been completely destroyed. This ancient ruins was the key to the Wind Cloud Palace's rise again, a safe territory with an unknown amount of inheritance. If the resources inside were sufficient, it would be enough to satisfy the development of a super sect, let alone a small Wind Cloud Palace. Because of this, the entire Wind Cloud Palace had high expectations for this ancient ruins. They would not allow anyone to disrupt their excavation work. This was also one of the reasons why the elder dared to be so unyielding. The entire formation was about to take shape under the hard work of the Wind Cloud Palace disciples. They were about to see the door to the ancient ruins. Just as everyone was happily looking forward to it, a warning suddenly came. Immediately, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master and the others were furious. No matter who they are, no matter what their status is, kill them all. The warning said that there were more than 10 cultivators, including a Heaven Immortal expert. Without hesitation, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master gave the order to kill. Although the Wind Cloud Palace was only a second-rate sect, it was only because of the limited number of disciples that they could recruit. But there was no lack of true experts. Not to mention the others, there were over 20 mysterious Immortal Realm experts, and it was even more than the experts of some first-rate sect. These experts were the confidants of the Wind Cloud Palace. At this critical moment, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Someone had barged in and triggered the alarm. That meant that they had made an enemy out of the entire Wind Cloud Palace. They were just a few cultivators. So what if they were killed? As long as he didn't let any of them go, he would even dare to kill people from the Black Heaven sect. The wrong time, the wrong place, and the wrong motive led to a wrong decision and an irreconcilable war. The ancient ruins was a major event, so the Wind and Cloud Palace Lord had to personally oversee it. Killing someone was a small matter, so he could just send a Hall Master to lead the experts. Just in case, they sent 2 Xian Immortal experts this time, which was enough. It wouldn't take long for 2 Xian Immortal experts to reach a distance of less than 3,000 miles. They rushed very quickly, not because they were worried that something would happen to their own disciples, but because they were afraid that if they were too slow, there would be nothing left for them to do by the time they arrived. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. You want to kill me, so I will accept this karma. When there was still some time left, the 2 Xian Immortal experts heard Yijin's deep voice, as if he was chanting something. Hearing the voice, the 2 of them didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly rushed over with tens of experts from the sect. There must have been a fight in front, otherwise he wouldn't be saying such words. Rushing quickly and slowly, when the experts of the Wind Cloud Palace arrived at the location where the alarm was triggered, they saw a scene that made their eyes almost pop out of their sockets. A group of women in colorful robes were leisurely serving a man on a flying ship magic treasure. Around the ship, there were more than 10 corpses of Wind Cloud Palace disciples. The blood that covered the ground was like a side dish for the man to go with his wine. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? The cultivators that rushed over were not cowardly cultivators. What else could they say in this situation? Attack! Because there were 2 Xian Immortal experts, the movement was much bigger. What made the 2 Xian Immortal experts surprised was that these women in colorful clothes obviously used a very special formation. 28 people surrounded all the experts in the formation. Relying on the formation, they killed those cultivators who exposed their weaknesses one by one. The man didn't make a move at all. He had been sitting at the bow of the ship, holding a small jade cup and drinking. He seemed to have turned a blind eye to the scene in front of him. This was not the most infuriating thing. The most infuriating thing was that there were 2 women in colorful clothes beside the man. They didn't even look over here. One was pouring wine for the man, and the other was serving food. It was as if the battle here was not worth watching at all. Such an intense battle was not even comparable to them pouring wine for the man. Where did these experts come from? The 30 women in colorful clothes seemed to have similar cultivation. All of them were at the early stage of Heaven Immortal. Each and every one of them was either charming or flirtatious, but their attacks were extremely ruthless. In just a few moves, the Earth Immortal disciples that the 2 Xian Immortal experts brought along were all killed. The opponents were Heaven Immortal experts, so it was not surprising that they could kill Earth Immortal disciples. However, the remaining Heaven Immortal experts and 2 Xian Immortal experts were actually unable to do anything to 28 early-stage Heaven Immortal women. It was truly unbelievable. The opponent's formation is powerful. break the formation with a deadly attack. One of the Xian Immortal experts had already noticed that the situation was not right. If this continued, the experts that were trapped in the formation would be tortured to death. He couldn't care about anything else and shouted at the other Xian Immortal expert. They were all companions that had worked together for many years. The moment one spoke, the other party knew what he meant. The two of them attacked the two women in colorful clothes that were closest to them at the same time. At the same time, a few formation flags suddenly appeared beside them. Just as the two women received the attack, the formation flags suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. After the violent explosion, the two women in colorful clothes were indeed unable to withstand the trump card attacks of the Xian Immortal experts. Both of them spat out blood, and it was obvious that they were heavily injured. It was a great opportunity. Just as the two Xian Immortal experts were about to follow up with another attack, the two heavily injured women suddenly retreated from the battle. Although they didn't kill them, the formation had lost two people and immediately became incomplete. It could be said that the attacks of the two people were effective. However, just as this thought arose, the two women in colorful clothes who were serving the penetrated man rushed forward and filled the gap between the two women. The formation that had just cracked a little immediately recovered to its original state. Chapter 2056. In the 28 constellation splitting sky array, only two Xian Immortal experts with injuries were left. The dozen Heaven Immortal experts had already been killed. The two who survived were only able to react in time due to their high cultivation base. That was how they managed to escape with their lives. However, they were still injured. The two women who had retreated from the battle were still in the air when a long vine suddenly appeared and wrapped around them, pulling them back to the man's side. At the same time the formation was completed, the man on the other side had already put two pills into the two women's mouths. As soon as the pills entered their mouths, the two women's complexions immediately became much better. Thump, thump, thump. A series of heavy heartbeats rang out, causing the cultivators from Wind Cloud Palace to suddenly sense danger. Their hearts seemed to be beating along with the music, and it was beating more and more violently. This was something that had never happened before. Those who were still alive saw a different scene. More than half of their companions suddenly stopped in their tracks, and then their bodies exploded as if there were bombs buried in them. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments filled the sky, causing the area to rain blood. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. When another Xian Immortal Elder of the Wind Cloud Palace arrived with over 100 experts, he saw two Xian Immortal experts being beheaded by two incomparably beautiful women. They were so far away that even if they wanted to save him, they wouldn't be able to. Send a signal. Tell them that the enemies are troublesome and ask them to send more experts over. Seeing that the situation couldn't be improved, the two Xian Immortal experts didn't care about their pride and immediately asked one of them to send a warning to the sect. This scene caused the two mysterious Immortal Realm experts to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. They'd painstakingly refined an explosive formation with great difficulty, yet in the end, it only heavily injured two of them. Moreover, the formation was immediately repaired. Where did this rainbow-clothed woman come from? How could they cooperate so well? When the two of them sent the signal, the cabin door of the ship opened, and an even more enchanting beauty walked out. She swayed her incomparably beautiful waist as she arrived behind Yangchen. She placed her slender hands on Yangchen's shoulders and slowly massaged them. Kill! There were no more words, only this undisguised word kill. This was a life and death enmity. Other than fighting to the death, there was no other way to resolve it. If they wanted to end it, it could only end with one side being completely annihilated. Some smart people immediately thought of the many terrifying forces behind Yangchen and immediately felt that something was wrong. They immediately shouted, "Master Yang, please stop. There must be some misunderstanding." Granny Tianqin was married to Yangchen, so there was no need to ask. The woman sitting at the bow must be the alchemy Master Yangchen. His cultivation was about the same as well, so he should be the real person. The two of them had no choice but to take care of their injured companions. Because of this, they were even more strained. They were tired of dealing with the attacks that were coming at them from all directions. Even if they wanted to counterattack, they were a little powerless. Only the two of them were left, and they could only defend with their backs against each other. One of them had already sent out the highest level of warning. As long as they could hold on for a period of time, the reinforcements from the Wind Cloud Palace would arrive. At that time, he would skin these lowly servants alive to vent the hatred in his heart. The two Xian Immortal experts felt a headache coming on. This strange formation looked upright, not at all as strange as the Devil's Sex, but the effects were too good. The Heaven Immortal experts they brought with them were also starting to get injured, one after another. If this continued, those who were injured would also die. Although she was scolding the women, in the ears of the Wind Cloud Palace experts in the formation, it was like the best heavenly music, causing them to be in a daze and not know what to do. When the fatal attacks were about to hit them, they realized that they had actually been distracted during the battle. Granny Tianqin. At this time, someone finally remembered the woman's identity from the effects of the woman's zither playing and cried out involuntarily. No one from the Wind Cloud Palace was in the mood to appreciate what she was playing. They only wanted to kill. Especially Yang Qin. He was the main culprit. They must tear him into pieces to dispel the hatred of their companions being killed in the sect. The dozen or so cultivators that were rushing up suddenly heard the sound of a zither. Strangely enough, this zither sound seemed to have a power that went straight into their lungs, causing their internal organs to vibrate along with the sound of the zither. It was extremely comfortable. It's always like this. When some people want a reason, there are always others who want to kill. Yang Chen looked at this scene and could only shake his head, sighing again. Wind Cloud Palace, what a pity! The two with the highest cultivation had already spent a lot of effort to refine an explosive formation, but they did not have any more. No matter how they attacked, the rainbow-robed woman could always rely on the number of people and the tacit coordination of the formation to block it. Although she could not do anything to the two of them for the time being, it was not a problem to trap them. Clang! A heavy sound of the zither seemed to transform into invisible swords that directly rushed into the bodies of the Wind Cloud Palace people. The formation that Big Brother taught you is indeed powerful. While massaging Yang Chen's shoulder, the beautiful woman said, "It can be used during cultivation and during battle. But if you meet someone with a high cultivation, it can only protect yourself, but not enough to attack." Unfortunately, there were not many who understood, and there were many who were driven mad by the blood rain. Faced with the tragic death of their companions, except for a few, the rest could not care about anything else. They wiped the blood off their faces and rushed towards Yang Chen's family without any hesitation. At the bow of the ship, a woman playing the zither had appeared out of nowhere. The woman looked very gentle and beautiful. Her movements while playing the zither were also very graceful. Beside the zither, there was also a pot of good incense. It had a sweet smell and a faint smoke lingering around, making the woman look like an immortal. At least half of them suddenly felt a pain in their chest, as if their hearts had suddenly exploded. Not only their hearts, but their organs, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys all seemed to feel the same. Then, their entire body was in intense pain, and they could no longer feel anything. Over 100 experts spread out and rushed towards the group of women. Similarly, dozens of them rushed towards the ship. Everyone could see that the man was the leader, and these women were simply listening to his commands. After explaining to Yang Chen, the beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. She shouted at the women, "You didn't put in the effort normally, now you're suffering." One side fought quickly, while the other side healed quickly. There was simply no way for them to survive. What made people want to vomit blood was that in just a short while, the two women who had just vomited blood seemed to be fine. They picked up their wine pots and chopsticks and continued what the two women were doing. Be careful of the zither sound. Someone sensed that something was wrong and knew that this was a type of sound attack. Unfortunately, this warning was a little too late. Chapter 2057. Zhou Xianying's heavenly phoenix zither was a combination of several dragon race materials. Most importantly, it was personally refined by Big Brother Li Cheng, so it was much stronger than the previous heavenly phoenix zither. Moreover, Zhou Xianying was only at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage in the past, so she couldn't use many of her melodies. Now that Zhou Xianying was a grade 6 heaven Immortal expert, and her spiritual sense had entered the golden Immortal stage, she was like a tiger that had grown wings when she controlled the heavenly phoenix zither. Cultivators with similar cultivation as Zhou Xianying, without the abnormal spiritual sense cultivation of Yang Chen's family, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes under Zhou Xianying's murderous melody. Moreover, under the attack of the zither, there was also the 28 constellation sky splitting formation. Those cultivators who didn't die under the first round of zither music didn't last long under the pincer attack of the formation and zither music. Especially those who had been stimulated by slaughter and blood, they were the best targets for the zither music. In a short while, there were only a few Xian Immortal experts left in the Wind Cloud Palace. Xian Immortal experts were indeed Xian Immortal experts. Even under the siege of the murderous melody and 28 constellation sky splitting formation, they could still maintain their normal attacks. This time there were more people, so it wasn't as easy to deal with as the previous two. If that was the case, perhaps these Xian Immortal experts could hold on until the next batch of reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. In addition to Madame Fanghua who joined the battle group, there was also a master that others could not think of, Old Hai. Elder Hai didn't show himself, but his illusion array was everywhere. As a member of the demon race who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, Old Hai had long lost his sense of self. He didn't have the concept of fairness in a battle, whether it was a conspiracy or an overt plot. Killing his enemies had already become his instinct, and he was constantly plotting against those Xian Immortal experts. The sound of the zither, the sky-cracking array, and the illusion array of Old Hai, this was already a three-pronged attack. Don't forget that the Myriad Beauty's spirit method itself was an extremely brilliant illusion cultivation method. The 28 maids and Madame Fanghua launched it at the same time. The 4 attacks were launched together. It was simply impossible to guard against. A slight distraction affected a Xian Immortal expert from the Wind Cloud Palace, causing him to stagger and slow down. The scene of his beloved disciple's tragic death suddenly appeared before his eyes. Immediately, he felt a rush of anger attack his heart, and his entire person went crazy. Originally, everyone had to cooperate with each other to maintain a balance. However, one person suddenly went berserk, crazily attacking the women without any regard for anything else. The Wind Cloud Palace's formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Stabilize the formation. An expert who seemed to be in charge immediately shouted, stopping several experts who wanted to rescue their companions. No matter what, this was where most of the people from the Wind Cloud Palace were. As long as they could hold on for a little longer, reinforcements would soon arrive. It was not worth taking the risk for a crazy comrade. By the time the experts regained their footing and regained their balance, there were already many wounds on the crazed expert's body. Don't waste things. It was unknown when another girl had appeared by Yang Chen's side. She was the youngest, Sun Qingxue. The few people in front of them were Xian Immortal experts. Although the jade, dragon, entangling, blood-devouring demon vine had already devoured the blood of a golden immortal, the more blood the better. After all, even a mosquito's leg was meat. Silently, thin vines appeared under the feet of the people in the battle, wriggling like several long snakes. Wherever they went, all the blood quickly disappeared without a trace. Which of the people in the battle wasn't fully focused, not daring to be distracted? Of course, the appearance of these vines couldn't be hidden from the probing of their divine sense. However, in an intense battle, Knowing that something had appeared was one thing, and being able to defend against it was another. The Xian Immortal expert, who was covered in blood, was simply the biggest temptation of the blood-devouring demon vine. When it wandered nearby, it suddenly exploded, and like a giant python, it coiled towards the expert. The injured Xian Immortal expert's reaction wasn't slow either. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword slashed 3 times, and each slash landed on the vines. Under normal circumstances, these vines were definitely not as sharp as the flying sword and would definitely be cut into several pieces. However, these were not ordinary vines, but the jade, dragon, entangling, blood-devouring demon vine. Except for the slightly weaker jade vine, the dragon entangling grass, the blood-devouring demon vine, and the blood-devouring demon vine were not ordinary. The blood-devouring demon vine had already devoured the blood of a golden immortal dragon, and it was already unreasonably strong. The blood-devouring demon vine itself was the golden immortal realm left by Yanglan last time. Needless to say, the dragon entangling grass, in addition to entangling the golden immortal Aeolon, was also a powerful product that had lived for tens of thousands of years. None of the vines had the special sharpness of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, or Yang Chen's abnormal strength, so they couldn't cause any harm to it. Not to mention the blood-devouring demon vine, formed by the combination of the 4 vines. When the flying sword slashed on it, it only made a few clanking sounds of metal collision, and there was no more. The flying sword did not play any role in delaying the vines. Instead, the flying sword was rolled up by the vines. The Xian Immortal expert was just stunned. In addition to the pain of the injury on his body, his figure was a little slow, and he was surrounded by the blood-devouring demon vine. In the blink of an eye, he became a big green cocoon with a hint of blood. Being wrapped by the blood-devouring demon vine, it was estimated that only an expert like Aeolon could break free. The ordinary Xian Immortal expert was doomed. Even the scream in the cocoon only made half a sound before there was no more sound. The tragic death of their companion made the remaining experts even more panicked. The highest level of warning had been sent 3 times in a row, but now the reinforcements had not arrived yet. If it was just now, the 2 sides could still maintain a balance, but now there were so many blood-devouring demon vines on the ground. This time, the balance of victory and defeat had firmly fallen to Yang Chen's side. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding. At this time, the leading expert no longer cared about his face. He frantically shouted at the crowd that it was a misunderstanding. He no longer had the arrogance of not giving anyone a chance to explain at the beginning. You were the one who shouted to kill just now, and now you are also the one who shouted that it was a misunderstanding. The actions of the women did not stop at all. They were still attacking crazily. The one who spoke was Yang Chen. I don't like people like you, who see the wind and set the helm. If you say to kill, then kill. If you say to stop because it is a misunderstanding, then I am too easy to talk to. After drinking a cup of jade dragon wine from the wine cup that Sun Qingxue handed to his mouth, Yang Chen shook his head. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it should be with the people from your wind cloud palace. You are the result of that misunderstanding. Chapter 2058. Yang Chen's few words had almost announced the death penalty of the other party. These people from Wind Cloud Palace were already in despair. But Xian Immortal experts were still Xian Immortal experts. They still had their dignity. Since they couldn't lower their heads, they could only fight with their lives on the line. When Xian Immortal experts went berserk, it would definitely be a headache. These guys knew that they were going to die, so they made up their minds to drag a few down with them. Each of them targeted one of the maids in the sky-splitting formation. Disregarding the other attacks, they didn't let go, only focused on killing one of them. This was putting themselves in a dead end. They believed that if Yang Chen didn't want to see 1 or 2 of his heaven immortal maids die, they might still have a chance to live. However, just as they launched their crazy attacks, their vision blurred and the figures of the maids disappeared. Not only that, but his companions who were not far away from him were nowhere to be seen. All the attacks and formations had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Although the land in front of them was very familiar, there were no signs of battle. The few of them were shocked. What kind of brilliant array was this? These are all Xian Immortal experts. We can't let them die in vain. Just as the Xian Immortal experts of Wind Cloud Palace were still bewildered, Gong Suanling's figure appeared beside Yangqin, smiling sweetly at Yangqin. With Gong Suanling's cultivation, it was still beyond her ability to use the Mountain River geographical map to take the initiative to collect Xian Immortal experts, even with Yang Chen's third primordial spirit as the artifact spirit. However, she couldn't take the initiative, but she could leave the door wide open for others to enter. Such a long battle was enough for Gong Sunling to slowly unfold the Mountain River geographical map, and then transform it into a scene that was exactly the same as the surroundings. While the maids were fighting, they were slowly bringing their opponents into the Mountain River geographical map. An additional Xian Immortal expert in the Mountain River geographical map was an additional force. This kind of opportunity couldn't be easily missed. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield, but in fact, they were collecting all the corpses into the Mountain River geographical map. These were resources that couldn't be wasted. Then he slowly moved forward, waiting for the next batch of Wind Cloud Palace's reinforcements to arrive. Why haven't the people from Wind Cloud Palace arrived yet? After a while, Yang Chen and the others had already advanced a few hundred miles, but not a single figure appeared. Sun Qingxue, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately pouted. It would be weird if they dared to come. On the other side, Shi Wushuang laughed. Who asked you to kill so ruthlessly at the start? There are already about 10 Xian Immortal experts. How many experts does the Wind Cloud Palace have that would dare to be killed in front of you? What Shi Wushuang said was exactly what Temple Master Fengyan was thinking. Originally, he thought that it was just a small conflict. There were several Xian Immortal experts in this group of experts, so no matter how big or small the conflict was, it should be resolved. However, the group of 7 to 8 Xian Immortal experts actually sent out the highest level of warning. What this meant, Hall Master Fengyan was clearer than anyone else. The other party was not a match for them. No matter how many people they sent, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Currently, he was at a critical juncture in breaking the ancient ruins array, and it seemed like he would be able to break through it soon. Suddenly, someone came in with great fanfare. Needless to say, it must be a cultivator who had received the news from somewhere and wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Based on the current situation, if they couldn't break through this array and enter the ancient ruins in a short time, Wind Cloud Palace could only retreat and put in so much effort for nothing. Otherwise, they could only fight to the death with the intruders, and the result might be complete annihilation. If 10 Xian Immortal experts were not a match for them, then could the remaining people be defeated? Just as Hall Master Fengyan was panicking and didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard a cheer. The array is broken! The array is broken! Hearing this voice, Hall Master Fengyan's heart instantly relaxed, and he laughed. The heavens are really helping me! Saying this, he didn't delay and waved his hand, ordering, all Wind Cloud Palace disciples, immediately enter the ruins. Saying this, he took the lead and rushed to the location of the broken array, leading the way into the ruins. Indeed, as Hall Master Fengyan expected, the ruins was a huge cave dwelling. Filled with spiritual energy, it was definitely a cultivation treasure land. Most importantly, when he entered, he found that there was an array that was still operating, and not far away from it was an array disk that seemed to be the array's eye. The heavens are not the end, Wind Cloud Palace. Hall Master Fengyan exclaimed in his heart, quickly rushed up, and took the array disk in his hand. Using his divine sense, he immediately understood the function of the array disk. With a thought, a large hole appeared in the array, allowing the people of Wind Cloud Palace to enter. Everyone knew that there was a warning, so they moved quickly, and in a short while they all entered the array. Under Hall Master Fengyan's control, The array quickly recovered. This time, no matter how powerful the other party was, they wouldn't be able to rush in a short time. The higher-ups of Wind Cloud Palace collectively heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too thrilling. Wind Cloud Palace almost had to fight to the death with an unknown expert. Now it was all good, they were safe. When Yang Chen and the others walked over, they didn't see a single Wind Cloud Palace disciple. But very soon, they saw the excavated array and the hole that the Wind Cloud Palace disciple had forcefully broken. What a waste! Yang Chen and Gong Sunling shook their heads at the same time. The reason that the cave dwelling was still full of spiritual power was obviously due to this array. The people of Wind Cloud Palace actually used such a violent method to break it, it was really a waste. Looking at the current situation, everyone understood that the people of Wind Cloud Palace must have retreated into the cave dwelling. It had to be said that Hall Master Fengyan was an ambitious person. Knowing that he couldn't win, he immediately cut his losses and gave up on those experts, but saved the lives of the majority of Wind Cloud Palace disciples. Under normal circumstances, Hall Master Fengyan could be considered a person who could do great things. He would leave behind some living forces to make a comeback. Unfortunately, this time he encountered Yang Chen and his family. Everyone knew what Yang Chen and his family's trip was for. It was to collect a few large cave dwellings and buy some small cave dwellings along the way to supplement the geographical map. The other party had all entered this large cave dwelling. What did this mean? For Yang Chen and his family, this was clearly taking the initiative to become a turtle in a jar. If they had scattered and escaped, Yang Chen and the others definitely wouldn't have been able to chase and destroy them one by one. But they had taken the initiative to hide in this cave dwelling, so they couldn't blame Yang Chen for being impolite. As long as they collected this cave dwelling from the outside and sent it to the geographical map, then the people of Wind Cloud Palace inside would directly become prisoners. They had never seen such a convenient deal. Chapter 2059. Yang Chen had heard of the array outside. Or, to be precise, it was told to him by the cultivator who set up the array, because the entire cave abode was left behind by him. A certain Immortal in the Immortal beheading platform revealed the secret before his death, just because he didn't want the cave abode that he had painstakingly refined to be buried. Generally speaking, those who refined spatial magic treasures were array cultivators. Through a unique spatial array, it was slowly filled and then integrated with some real mountains and rivers, turning it into a cave abode. As one's refining skills deepened, the cave abode would become bigger and bigger. A large cave abode of 100,000 miles had at least taken thousands of years of hard work by the refiner. No one wanted to never have a chance to make something like this. If the array was broken by force, it was the effect that the Wind Cloud Palace had achieved. However, Yang Chen easily put away the entire array according to the method taught by the person who set up the array. Not only that, but the array was actually one with the cave abode. When he put away the array, he also put away the cave abode at the same time. The people of the Wind Cloud Palace would never have thought that they would be very safe in the ancient ruins, but at this moment they had already become Gong Sunling's captives. They just hadn't realized it yet. Although the Mountain River geographical map was still refining the super large cave abode, it did not prevent the third primordial soul from easily repairing the outer array and then easily setting it up in the Mountain River geographical map. This way, even if the people of the Wind Cloud Palace came out, they would directly enter the Mountain River geographical map instead of the spiritual realm. Since they had already entered the Mountain River geographical map, it was not up to them to come out again. Whether it was the Wind Cloud Palace or the big cave abode, it was only a matter of time before they were controlled by Gong Sunling. Husband, sometimes you are too easy to talk to. Lady Fanghua watched Yang Chen put away everything, then said with a slight complaint. Lady Fanghua was from the demon sect, and she had always respected the creed of the law of the jungle. When Yang Chen first encountered the people from the Wind Cloud Palace, He immediately took a detour and gave up without saying a word. This was very inconsistent with Lady Fenghua's way of doing things. Because of the dedication of Lady Fenghua and the maidservants, Gao Yu had already let Yang Qin take Lady Fenghua as a concubine. At the same time, she also turned the maidservants into concubines. Their status was slightly improved, and they were allowed to call Yang Qin husband. Because of this small change, Lady Fenghua and the maidservants were so happy that they were even happier than if they had won the lottery. This showed how much they cared for her. Sometimes, Gao Yu also felt touched, but her husband couldn't easily give it to others. Allowing them to share a little was already his limit. But in the end, this cave still became ours, didn't it? Yang Qin smiled and said to Lady Fenghua, "But we have never bullied the weak, have we? I hate you Dao sect pedants the most. You have to pay attention to a good reason when you attack. Hypocrites!" Lady Fenghua couldn't refute this result. She could only pout and complain. Then, she obediently nestled in her husband's arms and enjoyed the warmth of his chest. She was barefoot, and her white and tender toes playfully teased Yang Chen's calf. Lady Fenghua also only complained a little. No matter what Yang Chen did, it didn't stop her from being obsessed with her husband. Her husband was the sky, the earth, and everything. The Wind Cloud Palace disappeared without a trace. There was no place for the Wind Cloud Palace in the spiritual realm anymore. Until many years later, the disappearance of the Wind Cloud Palace was still a mystery. Yang Chen and his family slowly rushed to the next marketplace. It was still the same old way. They visited the shops and bought anything they were interested in. Of course, all the space-type magic treasures were swept away. The women went shopping, and Yang Chen was treated as a distinguished guest by a medium-sized shop. He was respectfully invited to wait on him in the VIP hall. As long as Yang Chen showed a little interest in the products of the shop, they would immediately and respectfully send them to him. This was the privilege of a big buyer. Of course, it was also because of Yang Chen's identity. Who in the spiritual realm didn't want Master Yang's elixirs? Master Yang's elixirs were all auctioned at Wanbao Tower, and there was never a fixed price. After the devil tribulation, the price of Master Yang's elixirs was even higher, and there was no market for them. I heard that Master Yang was cheated by the profiteer of Shabby Pavilion a month ago. He bought some cave magic treasures at a price several times higher. The shopkeeper was very secretive, and even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. This has really destroyed the market of our shop, and caused the great master to lose a lot of money. Do you want us to teach him a lesson and help the great master vent his anger? During the conversation, the shopkeeper of the shop talked about what he heard, and it also involved Yang Chen. Of course, the shopkeeper wanted to please Yang Chen. Perhaps the main reason was that this guy ruined the market and caused public indignation. It's a deal where money is exchanged and goods are exchanged. Both parties are willing. There's no such thing as cheating. Yang Chen said very casually, "I am in a hurry to buy a batch of cave magic treasures, and he happens to have them. It's just spirit stones. It's not a problem if the price is a little higher." Yang Chen downplayed it, and the shopkeeper also knew that Yang Chen did not lack spirit stones. Since Yang Chen did not want to pursue the matter, the shopkeeper was very tactful and did not continue. If it was someone else who said this, the shopkeeper would definitely think that the guy was embarrassed to admit it and was just being stubborn. But Yang Chen said this, it must be this, meaning it was not a lie. A few words of dialogue was just an occasional episode, no one would care. Soon, Yang Chen swept away all the space magic treasures in this shop. Some people have already done the statistics, including the ones Yang Chen's family bought and collected through Wanbao Tower. Yang Chen spent more than 1 million best quality spirit stones to buy these space magic treasures. This was just the spirit stones, the elixir magic treasures, and so on were never taken out. The wealth of this family could definitely make some people who claim to be rich feel ashamed to death. The following days were calm, and there were no more accidents. After Yang Qin and the women successfully collected 3 large caves of 100,000 miles, the purpose of this trip has basically been completely achieved. From now on, there is no need to plunder any cave houses. Yang Qin finally announced the cessation of the purchase of cave houses. Just wait for a Ling to refine all these. We can wait for Big Brother Li Cheng to see what is behind the demon continent. Then, shall we go back now? The women had been out for a long time, and they had enough of shopping along the way. Everyone wanted to go back and cultivate quietly. Don't worry, there's one more thing worth our trip. Yang Qin shook his head. After we get it, we will go back together. Chapter 2060. What Yang Qin wanted was naturally the immortal sword that caused countless bloodshed in his previous life. Although the immortal sword should appear in the world after 1,000 years according to his memory, it really appeared in the world. Now the so-called immortal sword was just an ordinary flying sword, placed on a shelf and no one cared about it. The main reason for wanting this immortal sword was for Shi Shanshan. Now, Shi Shanshan majored in the supreme pure yang sword qi. In terms of a single point of attack power, Shi Shanshan was the best among the women. This was recognized by everyone. Even Zhou Xianying, who was at the 6th grade of the heavenly immortal realm, could use the heavenly phoenix zither to defeat hundreds of enemies. She also admitted this. The heavenly phoenix zither was a group attack, while the supreme pure yang sword qi was aimed at one point. There was no comparison between the two. From the experience of the discovery of the super-huge immortal's cave, it could be seen that even if Zhou Xianying made a move, she could not break the solid courtyard wall. But Shi Shanshan only needed one sword to make a hole. Unfortunately, Shi Shanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi was pure enough, and the lethality was strong enough. But there was a fatal weakness, that was, Shi Shanshan could not attack with all her strength. Once she attacked with all her strength, she would immediately become weak, and if she did not recover for a period of time, she would not be able to send out the second sword qi. In other words, even if Shi Shanshan, who was at the Earth Immortal level, met a Xian Immortal Master, Shi Shanshan could still win. But as long as this Xian Immortal Master had a companion, Shi Shanshan may not be his opponent. The Supreme Pure Yang Sword Qi was something left by Ancestor Lu, and Shi Shanshan has not been able to truly control it freely. The reason was that, on the one hand, Shi Shanshan's cultivation base was too low, and the level of the Supreme Pure Yang Sword Qi was too high. On the other hand, it was the limitation of Shi Shanshan's life source flying sword. Shi Shanshan's life source flying sword was personally refined in the mortal world. At that time, she plundered a lot of good things from the Green Jade Immortal Island, and after refining it, it was also very powerful. In his previous life, Shi Shanshan had relied on this natal flying sword to slaughter her enemies. But in this life, Yang Qin has changed some of Shi Shanshan's cultivation trajectory. Not only did she have more experience in the demon continent, but she also had less internal strife in the sect. But she also collected a supreme pure yang sword qi that countless people dream of. Without the supreme pure yang sword qi, Shi Shanshan's natal flying sword wouldn't be a problem even if she used it in the immortal world. But now, as his cultivation level increased, his understanding of the pure yang sword qi increased as well. The intrinsic flying sword was no longer able to withstand the supreme pure yang sword qi. The intrinsic flying sword has become more and more restrictive to Shi Shanshan, and Yang Qin has to consider the problem of Shi Shanshan. The legendary immortal sword naturally fell into the eyes of Yang Qin. Coincidentally, the name of the immortal sword was also called Pure Yang Immortal Sword. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. Anyway, Yang Qin has regarded this Pure Yang Immortal Sword as the next intrinsic flying sword of Shi Shanshan. According to Yang Qin's original intention, he was not sure whether this Pure Yang Immortal Sword was still in the original shop, so he just went to try his luck. After all, the demonic tribulation was advanced by hundreds of years, and the whole process was shortened by hundreds of years. Some things must have changed, just like the Immortal's cave in the Wind and Cloud Palace. If he could find it, it would be the best. If he couldn't find it, Yang Chen would wait a little longer, as long as Wanbao Tower and drunken Immortal paid more attention. In any case, it was on the way to get there, so he just took it as a way to enjoy the scenery on his way back. The tree longs for peace, but the wind does not stop. Yang Chen originally thought that his family would return to the sect peacefully, but unfortunately, they encountered some trouble. The people who attacked them were aiming to kill them in one blow, and without any greetings, they directly attacked. The whereabouts of Yang Chen and his family were not kept secret. So many people could guess where they were going from their itinerary. These cultivators had prepared for at least a few months for this attack. They had arranged everything here and were just waiting for Yang Chen and his family to come to their door. The meticulously arranged concealment array made it so that the women did not discover the other party's hidden tracks. These days, because of the golden immortal tribulation, Yang Chen could not use it easily. It was not until they were 100 miles away from the ambush that the women discovered the other party's traces. However, for those experts who were lying in ambush, they were already inside the ambush. With an order, hundreds of experts launched an attack at the same time. At the same time, the array that had been set up underground suddenly launched an attack. The sudden attack surprised the women, but they were surprised they did not panic, and they began to resist the attack in an orderly manner. 8 rays of light suddenly pierced from 8 directions, coinciding with the position of the 8 trigrams, and gathered towards Yang Chen in the center. The women subconsciously blocked Yang Chen. Their husband could not make a move. Although he had the protection of the golden body incantation, it was okay to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. But with them present, how could they allow others' attacks to fall on their husband? Gao Yu's 100 spirits battle armor and Sun Qingshue's black tortoise shield were immediately unfolded, and they were about to meet the 8 rays of light. Even the tower ship controlled by Gong Sunling also emitted a light, protecting Yang Chen in it. The dragon puppets were a step faster, directly surrounding everyone in a circle. You can't. Yang Chen found that it was not right in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint and immediately shouted. It was a little too late to use voice to inform them now. Fortunately, everyone had been cultivating the improved Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra for a long time, and Yang Chen could easily communicate with everyone. Retreat to the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Yang Chen's thought was fast enough, and the women's reaction was fast enough. Gong Sunling opened the geographical map of mountains and rivers almost instantly and put everyone in the map. First, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and Shi Shanshan, then Lady Fanghua, who was at the fairy immortal level, and her 30 concubines, then Sun Qingxue, Gao Yu, and Yang Chen, who had protective magic treasures, and finally the Morong sisters, who were protected by the golden immortal level dragon puppet. Just when the huge body of the dragon puppet was about to disappear at the edge of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, the 8 rays of light had already touched the body of the dragon puppet. Chi, 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 on the body of the middle stage golden immortal dragon puppet. There were suddenly 8 more holes. The tough dragon scales and dragon skin had no effect and were directly pierced. Fortunately, most of the dragon puppet had entered the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The other party's attack was only concentrated on the dragon puppet skin and did not enter the dragon puppet's body, and then immediately hit the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Boom, 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 a violent explosion occurred inside the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The land within thousands of miles was directly lifted up, and then instantly turned into the finest smoke and dust, fluttering for a long time before slowly disappearing. What a terrible attack power! Everyone clearly saw this scene in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and their hearts were shocked. Destroying thousands of miles of land at once was not something that 1 or 2 Xian immortal masters could do.